Good morning. I, on behalf of Deshkal Society and Nalanda University, welcome you all to the day 2 of the 6th edition of Bodh Gaya Global Dialogues. We'll begin with the session 5 for the day. The theme is Understanding Multiple Buddhisms, Philosophy and Teachings. To chair the session, I invite on the stage, on the dais, Dr. Kusum Kumari, retired Pro VC, Munger University. Ma'am. And we have two speakers, Dr. Pooja Dabral, Assistant Professor, Nalanda University, will speak on Mahakaruna and Pratītyasamutpāda, the Buddha's legacy for fostering universal peace. I welcome you on the dais. And Dr. Pranshu Samdarshi, Assistant Professor, Nalanda University, and his topic is Tracing the Scholastic and Popular Strands of Magadhan Buddhist Culture in the 11th Century Indonesian Archipelago, some insights from recent textual and epigraphical findings from Sumatra and Java. Welcome you, sir. I'll just introduce you and then you can start. You can be here. That's okay. So just a brief about Dr. Pooja Dabral. She's an associate professor at the School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religions, as well as the School of Languages and Literature, Nalanda University, Bihar. She got her PhD from the University of Delhi. She specializes in teaching Madhyamaka philosophy, Buddhist psychology, and Mahayana tradition in practice. She is proficient in Tibetan and German and has experience of teaching the latter for many years at the University of Delhi and other institutes. Dr. Pooja.
Already introduced me. My name is Dr. Pooja Dabral, and the title that I'm going to speak on is Mahakaruna and Pratītyasamutpāda, Buddha's Legacy for Universal Peace and Harmony. And before I delve into my topic, let me begin by thanking our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for creating such platforms where the scholars from different countries, different universities within the country, and also scholars from our country come together and exchange the ideas. I must thank my own dean, Professor G. Mishra, School of Buddhist Studies, for always encouraging and giving us the unwavering support. I must also thank other deans, especially Professor Mohanty, who is always correcting my etymology of the Sanskrit and always extending a helping hand to learn it. And I must also thank all the other faculty members and the deans present in the audience. And of course, last but not the least, I must thank our collaborative partner, the Deshkal Society, their chairman and their secretary, and also all the helping hands who has made this collaboration very successful for 2 years, two days. And last but not least, for students for being there to listen to the talk. Thank you very much. And let me also thank our chair, Madam, Dr. Kusum Kumari ji, for being here and giving us the experience and wisdom of her expertise. So now, without taking much time, I'll go into the topic. The topic is Mahakaruna and Pratītyasamutpāda, Buddha's Legacy for Universal Peace and Harmony. And before I get into each and every part of my presentation, I would like to share that how this has to be practiced in unison. So when we talk about the legacy, what do you mean by legacy? Something is given to you by someone. So these are the two real legacies or the two real pillars of Buddha's teaching, we can say, which is Mahakaruna and Pratītyasamutpāda. So in English, roughly they are translated as great compassion and interdependent origination. So let me just quote one of the masterpiece, Mool Madhyamika Karika by R.A. Nagarjuna, where he mentioned, where he reveres and beseech Buddha Shakyamuni for teaching these two things. He says, let me read it in Sanskrit first. Sarvadrishti prahanaya sadharmam deshayat anukampam upadayatam namasyami gotamam. So what Arya Nagarjuna, who is revered as the father and the progenitor of the Madhyamika school of Buddhist philosophy, what he's saying is, enthused by great compassion, which is Mahakaruna, you taught the immaculate dharma, dharma of Pratītyasamutpāda, to dispel all perverted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. So I could not summarize my paper the way Arya Nagarjuna has already summarized in his masterpiece known as Mool Madhyamika Karika, the fundamental wisdom of the middle way, the last verse. So here he clearly says that these two concepts, Mahakaruna and Pratītyasamutpāda, they make the two pillars of Buddha's legacy, and they should be practiced in unison to bring about universal peace and harmony. So now I delve into each one of them. And although they seem to be very simple, yesterday I remember during the inaugural session, Honorable Governor of Bihar, he mentioned that he quoted His Holiness Dalai Lama saying that India has given to the world two things, which is Karuna and Ahimsa. So it seems to be very simple, but when you go into the ground and the profundity of these two words, they are extremely profound practices. So now, first is the Pratītyasamutpāda. So I won't go into the etymology of this word. In fact, this Sanskrit word, the great scholars from Nalanda tradition, like Acharya Bhavaviveka, beginning with Acharya Buddhapalita, then Acharya Bhavaviveka, Acharya Chandrakirti, in their text, in much detail, they discuss the etymology of this word, that how each and every word means something and give rise to a philosophy for practice. So I won't go into the Sanskrit etymology, but in general, in English it is translated as interdependent origination or dependent co-arising, dependent arising. These are the different translations available. So what did Buddha say about it? So in the sutra known as Noble Mahayana Sutra, the rice seedling, Arya Salistambha Sutra, Buddha said, Bhikshus, whoever sees interdependent origination sees the dharma. Whoever sees the dharma sees the Buddha. So we know that Buddha's teaching, they talk about the three jewels, jewel of Buddha, jewel of dharma, and jewel of Sangha. And then it rests on the four noble truths: truth of cessation, truth of suffering, truth of cause of suffering, truth of cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the cessation of suffering, which we call the dharma taught by the Buddha Shakyamuni to relieve all sentient beings from their pain and miseries. So what is this dharma? So Buddha finally said, the dharma that I taught is the dharma of Pratītyasamutpāda, dharma of Shunyata, dharma. Then in detail, further the question was asked by Arya Maitreya. What is Arya Shariputra to Arya Maitreya? He asked, what is this dharma? The dharma is the eightfold noble path of noble ones: right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. These eightfold path of noble ones combined with the attainments of its result and nirvana is what the Bhagavan is called the dharma. So now it seems that, okay, interdependent origination means, okay, we depend on each other. For example, if you want an apple tree in this Nalanda campus, we have to have the apple seed, then water, soil. This seems, and then when you put this, then the apple tree comes into being. Yes, that's true. And by dependence on the causes and condition, the things come into being. But does it mean, is interdependent origination, is that easy? Or insight into interdependent origination limits to that understanding? So we'll learn it today. So interdependent origination, if I may paraphrase, or if I may summarize all the teachings of the Buddha, you must have, many of us are from Buddhist studies, and we must have explored these concepts like Eightfold Noble Path, 5 Paths to Enlightenment, 37 harmonious path to enlightenment, practice of the 6 paramitas, 4 branches of the Bodhisattva path. So these are the different teachings taught by Buddha. They all rest on the ground of interdependent origination. Let me repeat it. The Pratītyasamutpāda is the ground for all the teachings of the Buddha. For example, as I quoted our Honorable Governor speech yesterday, that he said that the ahimsa is the gift that is given to the world from India. So ahimsa, not just on the basis of emotional understanding that we should not harm others, but why shouldn't we harm others? When we get insight into the interdependent origination, then ahimsa becomes very powerful. So I'll just quickly lead you through the slides. I cannot explain them in just 15 minutes. So I'll just quickly show you what are these different practices that Buddha taught in order to attain enlightenment. So these are the 37 harmonious paths to enlightenment. If somebody is interested, I have listed them on the slides for the Buddhist scholars. And then these are the 5 paths to enlightenment as mentioned in Heart Sutra. Then these are the 3 higher training. You must have heard of the 3 Shiksha, Shil, Samadhi, Pragya. Again, rest on the concept of interdependent origination. Then the 8-fold noble path, how they are related with the interdependent origination, and also the 3 higher training, again the same. Then finally, Arya Nagarjuna explains how, through the view of interdependent origination, all our impure minds are removed, leading to the uncontaminated karmas, finally resting in the peace of nirvana. So this comes from Mul Madhyamika Karika. And then not only this, but the Bodhisattva path of benefiting the world, causing the universal peace and happiness for the entire humanity. This also comes from the view of the interdependent origination. This comes from Arya Maitreya's text, Madhyanta Vibhanga. Here is the verse that I quoted. Okay, so but this I would like to read. So now knowing that interdependent origination is the ground for all the teachings of the Buddha, and finally having insight into this will release us from the pains, fears, and also all the miseries of samsara. J. Tsongkhapa, a great scholar from Tibet, who is also the founder from Tibet, who is also the founder of the Gelug tradition of Tibetan Buddhism. He said in his text known as In Praise of Interdependent Origination, in Tibetan, Tendil Topa. I would like to read this before I get into the interdependent origination. So what he said is, he's actually praising Buddha Shakyamuni for teaching the interdependent origination. He says, I quote, "He who speaks on the basis of seeing, this makes him a knower and a teacher unexcelled. I bow to you, O conqueror, you who saw interdependence and interdependent origination and taught it. Whatever degenerations there are in the world, the root of all these is ignorance. You taught that it is interdependent origination, the seeing of which will undo this ignorance." So this tells us, and then he clearly says at the end of the text, that if someone praises you, if someone praises Buddha Shakyamuni for teaching interdependent origination, that is the real praise, otherwise not. If you revere Buddha Shakyamuni, that okay, he was a very compassionate person, of course he did a lot for the world, but if you really, really revere and respect him, we should respect him for teaching the concept of interdependent origination in a very profound way. Okay, so now what is this interdependent origination? So I again quote Buddha Shakyamuni's Sutra, Arya Salistambha Sutra, where he explains what does it mean by interdependent origination or Pratītyasamutpāda. So he said, I'll quote his word, Buddha's word, "Because this exists, that exists. Because this is produced, that is produced. Then because of ignorance, karma arises. Because of karma, consciousness arises. Thus does this entire great heap of suffering arises. When ignorance ceases, thus does this entire great heap of suffering ceases." This is what the Bhagavan has called dependent arising or dependent origination. So what by that? So when many scholars, when they read this sutra, in fact, Nalanda tradition, we talk about the Nalanda University being always inspired by its historic predecessor, ancient Nalanda Mahavihar. So the great masters of ancient Nalanda Mahavihar, when they read Buddha's sutra, they did not just accept it on the basis of just the respect for Buddha. They really scrutinized it, explored it, and then got the conviction in it. So now the 2 masters, Arya Asanga, who is the trailblazer of the Chittamatra philosophy of Buddhist metaphysics, and Arya Nagarjuna, who is revered as the trailblazer of the Madhyamika philosophy of Buddhist metaphysics. The 2, when they saw this sutra, they gave a slightly different but very interesting interpretation of the interdependent origination. So I'll just quickly share it. I can be, for the sake of those who are actually exploring this for the research, dependence on various conditions, such as unwavering condition, condition of impermanence, condition of concomitancy. They might sound very technical, but it's easy. Unwavering condition meaning that for any result, there must be a cause. Unwavering. Number 2, condition of impermanence. Not only there must be a cause, but the cause must be impermanent in nature. Number 3, condition of concomitancy. Not only the cause must be there and it should be impermanent, but it should also have the similar nature with the result. For example, we say apple seed is the cause of the apple tree and not the mango seed. So this is known as condition of concomitancy. So this is how he explained the interdependent origination on the level of causation. Now, Arya Nagarjuna, who is a revolutionary, when he explained this same sutra, rice seedling sutra, Salistambha sutra, he explained this interdependent origination on 3 levels. Let me just read this for you. Number 1 is interdependent origination of cause and effect, causation. Number 2, interdependent origination of wholes dependence on parts. Number 3, interdependence origination of dependence on mere mental designation. So this is something very profound, and till now we always think interdependent origination means, okay, I depend on you, you depend on me, so we take care of each other. No, interdependent origination is very profound. Having insight into that can liberate you from samsara and also take you to the other shore of enlightenment. So what is these 3 levels of interdependent origination? So the first level is as explained by Arya Sangha. Then the second level, which is interdependent origination of wholes dependence on parts, Arya Nagarjuna explains the relativity. So we know Albert Einstein's relativity theory, that how not only the matter, but also the time exist in relative terms. So Arya Nagarjuna, he explained not only the matter, time, but also the mind exists in relative terms. For example, I quote his word from Ratnavali, his another very important text, in English known as Precious Garland. He said, just as when long exists, there is short. Short and long, these are not the cause and effect. So long and short, although these are not cause and effect, but they also exist through interdependence. Only when there is a nearer tree, the further away tree makes sense. Only when there is a long, the short makes sense. Only when there is good, the bad makes sense. So this is known as the relativity and the interdependent origination of the second level. Then the third one is very profound, which we really have to study, and I cannot do it today. So this is very extremely interesting. In fact, today, quantum physics is talking about this, that how in the existence of the things, the observer plays a very important role. Your mind and the position of the observer in the experiment decides if a particle will behave like a wave or as a particle. So likewise, Arya Nagarjuna, of course, I'm not saying that they are similar, but somewhere leading to Arya Nagarjuna's understanding, that I quote from Madhyamika Karika, it says, that which is dependent origination is explained to be emptiness. That being dependent designation itself is the middle way. So here Arya Nagarjuna in his text very clearly says that the very fact things exist by dependence is a clear indication that they do not have any intrinsic nature. And finally, one has to understand that how things comes into existence by dependency on your own perception, how your mind plays a role in existence of things. And therefore, the creation of suffering, the creation of happiness is all dependent on your mind. So you have a great freedom to liberate yourself, to know this wisdom. So for this, we have to get insight into wisdom of shunyata, emptiness, and Pratītyasamutpāda, which is the text, if you want, is Mool Madhyamika Karika. Okay. So now, what is the benefit of this insight? That, okay, things exist through dependence designation, or your mind plays a role in existence of things. Things exist through dependence on causes and condition, whole and parts, through dependence on causes and condition, whole and parts. So dependent designation, what is the use of it? The use of it is summarized by Arya Nagarjuna again in Mool Madhyamika Karika. Let me quote that in Sanskrit. He said, Karma kalesh yan moksha, karma kalesh vikalpataha, te prapanchat prapanchastu shunetayam nirudhyate. So I would quote this in English for everybody's benefit. Through the elimination of karma and affliction, there is nirvana. Karma and afflictions come from conceptual thoughts. These come from mental fabrication of grasping a true existence. Fabrication ceases through emptiness or dependent origination. So therefore, we must gain insight into interdependent origination, not just as a shallow or superficial level of causation, but also at a very deeper level of emptiness to liberate oneself from samsara. So I'll just show the slide, how this wisdom leads you, take you away from the samsara in 5 steps. Okay, now, the second part, just to comply with the time, I'll go to the second part, which is Mahakaruna, great compassion. So not only dependent origination, but initially, if I may quote the great Buddhist, we also revere him as the father of Buddhist logic, Acharya Dharmakirti. Acharya Dhignag, actually, his teacher, he, in his text known as Pramana Samuchaya, he revered Buddha Shakyamuni in the opening verse saying, in English it goes like this: the one who has transformed into the reliable guide, motivated by altruism to benefit sentient beings. The teacher, Sugata, and protector, to you I make prostration. So there he clearly mentions the biography of Buddha Shakyamuni, not in a just historical way, but in a very rational way of how he gained insight into interdependent origination, because first he was motivated by altruism or Mahakaruna. He was motivated by great compassion. So therefore, motivation of great compassion is very important when it comes to the Buddha's teaching. So now, what is this great compassion that is practiced by the Buddhist practitioners? I quote from Sutra, the direct words of the Buddha, Dharma Sangati Sutra. Here actually the dialogue is happening between Buddha and his disciple, and then he asks his disciple a question, and there is a rhetorical response given by the Buddha. I'll read. Bhagwan, bodhisattvas should not learn many teachings. Bhagwan, if bodhisattvas grasp and know one teaching, they will have all the Buddha's teachings in the palm of their hand. What is that one thing? It is great compassion. So the disciple asked, what is that one thing if the bodhisattvas, the practitioner who wants to have universal peace and harmony, they should practice in order to have the entire import of the Buddha's teaching? Then Buddha himself answered that it is the Mahakaruna. If you have the practice of Mahakaruna, this will make sure that all the other teachings, other practices come to the palm of the hand of the practitioner. Okay, just a quick clarification for the scholars. There are differences in terms of when we say Mahakaruna, altruism, bodhicitta. They are all different. Of course, Mahakaruna will lead to or great compassion will lead to the altruism. Then altruism leads to the bodhicitta. But let's not mix up the things because they are very technical terms. And the more we know them technically, this will help us to practice them very clearly. So what are they? So the great compassion, as I defined, is a mental state of love which wishes all sentient beings to be freed of suffering and their causes. And it causes bodhicitta. Then what is altruism? Altruism is where you have the sense of responsibility. First, you wish that all sentient beings be freed of suffering. Then the question will come to you, if you practice it diligently, that who will take the responsibility? Then when you say, I will take the responsibility, where your Mahakaruna has transformed into the great altruism. Then not only altruism, then the question will come, okay, I took the responsibility, but how will I do it? Then when you say, okay, the way Prince Siddhartha did and attained enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, following the same footsteps, I will also attain the full awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings, where you have attained this mind of bodhicitta, awakening mind. So there is a gradual process of awakening or the practice when it comes from great compassion to great altruism to bodhicitta. Just an arrow of progression. And then I would like to, of course, I cannot explain this, but in, again, another great Nalanda master, by the name Bodhisattva Shantideva, around 7th, 8th century, in his text Bodhicharya Avatar, the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, in chapter number 8, he explained the method to cultivate this bodhicitta, this Mahakaruna, this unconditional love for all sentient beings. And that method is labeled as method of equalizing and exchanging self with other. So if you really see the steps of this method, you will see how much effort is put to cultivate a mind which creates universal peace and happiness. I'll just read the 9 steps for you, and each of the step is explained in detail with the practices associated with each of the step. One is equalizing self and others, number 1. Number 2, reflecting on the demerits of cherishing oneself. Number 3, reflecting on the merits of cherishing others. Number 4, taking the suffering of others with emphasis on compassion. Number 5, giving your happiness to others with emphasis on loving kindness. Number 6, actual exchange of self and others. Number 7, special recollection of the kindness of others. And in fact, I would like to mention this one. This is called special recollection, and it is actually practiced as a secret practice. So when we talk about the secret practice, people go to the Vajrayana, Tantrayana. What is the real secret of the mind is where you can change your mind from the self-cherishing to the other-cherishing. Then all the happiness, as I may quote His Holiness, I was so amazed to see to read his 2 lines, which seems to be very simple but very profound. He said, if you want others to be happy, practice compassion. And if you want yourself to be happy, practice compassion. So here, although it seems to be very simple, but it's very profound that the real key of happiness lies in the practice of Mahakaruna or compassion. So here, in this special recollection of kindness of others, Bodhisattva Shantideva explains how we can recollect the kindness of the three kinds of being. Not only near and dear ones, of course, our own parents, our friends, they are always kind to us. Number two, kindness of the neutral beings. For example, when I'm talking, I'm relying on this mic. I don't know who created this, who made this hall, but I'm using it. By dependence on the neutral people or the strangers, I reap the benefits. So the kindness of them. And not only the neutral, but the difficult beings, right? Not only near and dear ones, neutral beings, but also the difficult people, how they benefit us the most. Why? I'll just give you one example. He says, just as, we go for the annual checkup, to diagnose, we pay, right? We pay some money to diagnose whether we have some problem or not, to cure the disease in advance. So now these difficult people, when they come in contact with us, they create agitation in us, they create impatience in us, anger in us. Then this is the greatest of the opportunity to know that, okay, I still have the faults and still have the opportunity to grow. So there he says, special recollection of the kindness of three kinds of being, near and dear ones, neutrals, and the difficult people. And finally, this will lead to the altruism, that I'll take the responsibility to free all sentient beings from their miseries. How to do that? Through cultivating the mind of bodhicitta, which is the wish to attain full awakening, enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. So if you see, this is the biography of Buddha Shakyamuni, the Prince Siddhartha. Okay, so now not only I'm saying it today, there is a great lineage of practice of this exchanging method, starting from Buddha Shakyamuni, many teachers in between, then passed down to the Arya Nagarjuna, then Acharya Aryadeva, Bodhisattva Shantideva, Atisha Dipankara, Shri Gyana. They are great Nalanda masters. And then now, just because some people, they say, oh, Buddhism is about wishing. Hinduism is about wishing others to be free. No, there is a mention of two kinds of bodhicitta. Bodhicitta in aspiration and bodhicitta in action. We call it Bodhi Pradhana Chitta and Bodhi Pradhana Chitta. So let me read this from Bodhisattva Shantideva's text. In brief, the awakening mind should be understood to be of two types: the mind that aspires to awaken and the mind that ventures to do so. As is understood by the distinction between aspiring to go and actually going, so the wise understand in turn the distinction between these two. So this will tell us that not only the Buddhist practice is about aspiring, but also the aspiring is the first moment. If you do not have the aspiration to attain your PhD degree, you will never attain it, right? So the first step is to have the aspiration. Now, once you have the aspiration, now we are taking the real steps. So these are the two practices known as Mahakaruna in aspiration and Mahakaruna in action. So then what do? They engage in the practice. Now once they have cultivated this aspiration, they're engaged, the bodhisattvas, the real practitioners of Buddha's teaching, they engage in the practices of 6 paramitas. I'll quickly read them for you. Generosity, ethical discipline, patience, joyous effort, meditative samadhi, wisdom. And there are four. One is skillful means, then aspirational prayers, power, and primordial wisdom. So these are the further divisions of these 6 paramitas. And finally, I would like to conclude with this. So all these great practitioners, when they engage in the bodhisattva practices, like 6 paramitas of benefiting the world, through Mahakaruna and Pratītyasamutpāda, the ground is the wisdom. The ground is the fact that it is not just sacrificing yourself. Some people, they think, okay, when you go into Buddhism, it's sacrificing. Actually, these are the smartest people. They want the richest of the happiness through cultivating Mahakaruna and Pratītyasamutpāda to benefit the entire world. Thank you very much. I'll conclude.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja, for summarizing the essential pillars of Buddhism, the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha, and the profound impact of Buddha's teachings. Next, we have Dr. Pranshu Samdarshi. He specializes in history and literature of Tantra traditions in the South Asia and Tibet. For his PhD in history from the University of Delhi, his research focused on the connection between sacred feminine imagery and Buddha Tantra practice. He has learned from the traditional Buddhist masters for over 15 years and has authored 2 books and many research papers published by Routledge and Cambridge University Press. He also contributed to courses on Buddhism and history on the Swayam platform of UGC and was invited to teach at institutions such as Namgyal Institute of Tibetology, Gangtok, and Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, New Delhi. Welcome you, sir.
Okay, so I'm grateful to Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Skull Society for giving me this opportunity. And my Dean from SBS and Vice Chancellor is also our Dean in SHS, so they all are present here. Other Dean, Professor Mohanty, it's honor to share whatever little I have learned. And before I present, let me thank Dr. Pooja. She has discussed the philosophical aspects or the, what we call lokottara, transcendental aspects. My deliberation will be more laukika, more worldly in nature, where we deal with the ideas, the interpretations. So, and before I begin, let me make this, disclaimer. In India, we have a tradition of presenting Mangalacharan, the benedictory verse. So this is a Mangalacharan. This is not coming. Okay, thank you. So this is a Mangalacharan by Bodhisattva Shantideva. He was a Nalanda master. Dr. Pooja referred to him. Now, Bodhisattva Shantideva, in his first chapter, this is second verse, he says, nahi kinchit purvamatra vachyam nacha sangrathan kaushal mamasti at eva name parartha chinta swamano bhavayutum kritam madeyam. There is nothing that has not been said before. So this is, I'm just quoting him, but this is what I mean to present here, that I'm not going to say anything which has not been said before, nor do I have any skill in composition or presentation. Thus, I have no concern for the welfare of the others. Like it's not I'm going to contribute to the scholarship. I have composed this solely to season my own mind. Swamano bhavyutim kritam madeyam. Tulsidas in Ramcharitmanas again, Mangalacharan, he says, the Sanskrit verse goes like this. I'm forgetting. He says that in a very similar manner, if this will, he says, Swantah Sukhaya Tulsi Raghunatha Gatha. For Swantah Sukhaya, for own Sukh. So, Tulsi Raghunatha Gatha, I am Bhasa Nimanjul Karoti Nibad Mameva. So, something it is Swantah Sukhaya. And this is also the topic which I am going to present. It's related to the interconnection between India, and I will be focusing on the Magadha region and Southeast Asia. So I'm not specialized in this. I've learned more after coming to Nalanda, and especially when I started interacting with my students here. So there was a student from Cambodia, and he was a monk. He came from some ethnic community. And you can just imagine his language was not Khmer. He used to speak some other language. So we used to think that, okay, maybe he knows Khmer. But he came from some remote corner. And he said, interestingly, he said, sir, he was very weak at English. So I used to take extra class with him personally. So once he said, sir, my family, Hindu, and me, Buddhist. So this was something new to me. I said, what do you mean by this? So he said, sir, when in our village, when somebody becomes monk, then only he is Buddhist, otherwise we are Hindu. My brother, Hindu. So this was something very interesting. And yesterday we were discussing, how the Buddhism should have been seen in the post-colonial time, and how it used to exist in ancient times. So it was not a distinct tradition as such, but of course it was a very distinct philosophy. So with this position, I will begin. I'll be speaking about Southeast Asia and how the dissemination is happening from the Magadha region. So that's what my presentation topic is. And I'll start with this Suvarna Bhumi. Now this Suvarna Bhumi, the golden Suvarna, and Bhumi is the island, or Suvarna Dweep. It's a very problematic term, because this is a more sort of which we see in Indian textual tradition. It's a more generic term. So it's very difficult to establish where Suvarna Bhumi exists. And for example, Thailand, the airport name is Suvarna Bhumi, and Thai people, they claim that they have the Suvarna Bhumi, while Java people, they claim that they have the Suvarna Bhumi. Indonesia claim they have Suvarna Bhumi. So this Suvarna Bhumi just I will use as a generic term. And I will make few assertions here. My one assertion is that this Suvarna Bhumi developed its own independent tradition based on the Nalanda tradition. Once it came into contact with the great masters, it developed its independent tradition. So that's my first claim. So actually, I am in a way refuting what earlier historians like Codis, they propose, or R.C. Majumdar, they say that it was colonization of the Southeast Asia. But I differ from that position. I would rather say it was influence, but rather later on it developed its own independent tradition. So that's my first assertion. Second assertion, that it's the Magadh region. I don't know what is happening. So the Magadh region becomes the like the major influence. And in order to make this assertion, I'll present some case studies. And my third assertion is that it's not just Buddhism. We have got, mostly we see through the lens of Buddhism. So it's not just the Buddhism, but entire Indian culture, which Magadha-centric culture, which is traveling there, not just Buddhism. So in a way, I will be questioning to some extent this Indianization theory. This is Desh-Kal society, global dialogue. So we need to define our Desh and Kal before, as a history student. So Desh is the space, and the Kal is the time. So I will, my Desh, for this presentation, my Desh is the space which I am referring as a Magadha. It's a greater Magadha. And recently, Johannes Bronkhorst, not recently, I mean 10, 15 years back, he has proposed another theory that earlier we used to have this idea that there is two strands of Indian tradition. One is Brahmanic, one is Vedic. And sometimes people call it Brahmanical tradition, but again, it's a problematic tradition. So I'll call it rather Vedic tradition and Sramana tradition. But Johannes Bronkhorst, based on a very profound research and textual evidences, he's saying that no, it's not Vedic and Sramana tradition. This eastern part of India had its own independent tradition. And it was neither Vedic nor Upanishadic. It's a greater Magadha. And greater Magadha is covering this Rajgir, and I come from Bihar, the Champaran, so that region as well. This greater, it's not just limited to southern part of Bihar, but it's a greater Magadha, not the Magadha. So this is my space. And my time period would be 4th century onwards till 12th century. So that means the start when Nalanda University comes in this region, from that onwards till destruction of Nalanda. Another very important assertion which I would like to present here, which I said earlier as well, that I am proposing it's a two-way interaction. It's not one way. One way means only the dissemination is happening from Nalanda to Southeast Asia. I would propose, certain through a case study, that it's a two-way interaction. It's not just, we know that great scholars, they visited Nalanda, but we need to know that great scholars of Nalanda also visited Southeast Asia in order to learn from Southeast Asian masters, which is not so much highlighted. And there where I differ from this colonization theory that India culturally colonized Southeast Asia, the way R.C. Majumdar and other early historians are presented. So I am presenting that it's a two-way interaction, not one-way interaction. So for this, I would present a case study of Yixing. Now Yixing is this 7th century Chinese traveler. And he is the first person who mentions textual evidence. As a textual evidence, he mentions that he comes via sea route and then he stays for 6 months in Srivijaya to learn Sanskrit. That proves that by this 7th century, Srivijaya in Southeast Asia, again, it's difficult to identify whether it's in Malaysia, but of course it's a South Asian region. And Srivijaya was a big Sanskrit center by 7th century. So that's one very clear textual evidence we have. So that way, and once he gets training there, then he goes to, I will present one more case study related to, again, another Nalanda and Vikramshila master, Atish Dipankar Sri Gyana. Before that, my research was mostly on Tantra and Buddhist goddesses, Buddhist deities, the Tantric Buddhist deities. And I worked on Pancharaksha tradition, which is a very popular tradition, living tradition in Kathmandu Valley of Nepal. And in my PhD, I was not aware that there exists a very strong presence of these Pancharaksha, especially one of the Pancharaksha, 5 protective gods, the Mahapratisara, in Southeast Asia. And these, because I submitted in 2018, and by these what I'm discussing, most of the research have come in last 5-6 years. So we have, on the left, we have this Mahapratisara from Kurkihar, which is presently in the Patna Museum. Now, the next to that image is also Mahapratisara from the Central Java. And it's not just I'm presenting one or two images, there are so many images of this Mahapratisara, the deity, Tantric deity, originating in somewhere in this vicinity of Magadha region. The Mahapratisara Sutra, there is a Buddhist text, Sanskrit Mahayana Sutra, where Buddha is addressing to the Brahma, the Vedic god Brahma. And I have just taken few lines from them. The original sutra, English translation done by Todd T. Lewis. He has done a wonderful work based on these traditions. So here Buddha is saying, "O great Brahma, in the Magadha there was a famous king named Prasarit Pani." Prasarit, that means extended hands. Extended hand. He was given this Prasarit Pani because he was born with the arms outstretched. And then it's like a glorification text, Mahatmya, what we call. So it's a Mahatmya sort of thing. And then Buddha says that this king Prasariti Pani was not having a child. And then when he recited this Mahapratisara Dharani, and he put amulet, a kind of what we call tabij or yantra in his wife's arm, and then he gets this a child. So anyway, so this, what I mean to say that whether this historically, again, this is a challengeable whether this is had happened actually or not. But one thing is clear that Buddhist texts are referring to Magadha region as a practice of Mahapratisara was present in this region. This is another copper plate. On the right hand, what you are seeing is a copper plate. On the left hand side, another Mahapratisara image from Java. And at the back, you have this, the Dharini, the mantra written, Om Vipula Garbhe, Vipula Vimile, Jaya Garbhe, Vajra Jvala Garbhe, Gati Gahane, Gagana Vishodhane, Sarva Papa Vishodhane. So that's in the old Javanese language. And again, you can see this very directly connecting with the Garbha and the story relating to Magadha region. And another, there is this copper plate, again obtained from Java, where you see this deity. Deity, another goddess, Hariti, and Itsing, the Chinese traveler, reports that when he visited Nalanda, the first food offering was given to Hariti. And Hariti was actually a Yakshini, a demi-goddess present in this region. And Buddha, the story goes like Buddha subdues this Hariti. And Hariti perhaps was a chicken pox, the Sitala Mata what we have. And she used to consume the children. And after Buddha's presence, he subdued this goddess, and later on she becomes a protector of the children. So that's why the Hariti is presented with the baby. And Itsing also reports that the first food of Nalanda monastery was offered to Hariti. So these, and we have this Hariti present in Mahapratisara, present in these Southeast Asian regions. Of course, Mahapratisara later on, she goes to Tibet and Nepal, where it is still a living tradition. We don't have this Mahapratisara neither living as a living tradition in Magadh region or Southeast Asia, but it survives. This is a recent photograph taken from Sakya Monastery in eastern Tibet, so where it is still alive. And in Nepal, it is so important that in the court, when the people in the king's time period, when people used to take oath, जैसे हिंदी सिनेमा में आपने देखा होगा मैं गीता के हाथ पर सब. Similarly, this text used to be taken as an oath, so in the court room. So, as I said, another assertion which I was making, that it's not just Buddhism which is traveling into these regions, but also the entire Indic tradition. So what you are seeing here, it's a Pragya Paramita, the goddess, and this Kalyan, very famous text from, like a magazine, monthly magazine published from Gita Press, Gorakhpur. This is publishing in 1940. And this shows this figure. And the perhaps editor was Hanuman Prasad Podar, and he writes that this संसार भर में बौद्ध मूर्तियों में यह सबसे सुंदर है, most beautiful image in the all over the world. And this is being produced not in India but in Java. And really this image is so beautiful, like you feel all the details. Now this also later on when I started researching on this particular image, I found that this is a mortuary image. It's, of course, this represents Pragya Paramita, but it was made after a queen. The queen's name was Rajapatni Gayatri. Now this, look at the name. We have some students from Indonesia, for example. We have Purnamasi, my student in SHS. So Purnamasi, a very common Purnima, very common Indian name. Okay. How much time? 2 minutes. All right. So we had a Swasti Sri earlier, SHS, another student. Swasti Sri, all these students they have a very typical Hindu name, not a Buddhist. Gayatri, Rajapatni Gayatri is not a Buddhist name. So Rajapatni Gayatri. Purnama, sitting there. Purnamasari. So Purnamasi. So Purnima. So like, okay, now I have to conclude. I have been given the warning. This is 17 Nalanda masters. His Holiness Dalai Lama's, this is his like a selection. Now at the bottom what you see, is Atish Deepankar Sri Jnana. So like just below Buddha is Atish Deepankar Sri Jnana. And this Atish Deepankar Sri Jnana is depicted with a stupa. Just next to him, you can see this stupa here. This is the stupa. This is Atish Deepankar Sri Jnana here, sitting here. Now this 17th Nalanda master is Atish Deepankar Sri Jnana, who is carrying a stupa always with him. He is depicted, and what is this stupa? So Atish Deepankar Sri Jnana is traveling from Nalanda to Suvarnadweep and he stays there for 12 years in order to learn certain traditions, which was perhaps lost in India. And this is his Dharm Kirti, Suvarnadweepi Dharm Kirti. This is not Dharm Kirti of Nalanda, 6th century, but this is Suvarnadweepi Dharm Kirti from whom he learns, and he also he borrows a text from there, which is called Durbodha Loka, which is actually sub-commentary of Abhisamaya Alankara, ornament of clear realization. So there was a Haribhadra who wrote Abhisamaya Alankara Alok in Nalanda. Based on that, in Southeast Asia, this Suvarnadweepi Dharm Kirti is composing a text called Durbodha Loka. And then this master from Nalanda, Atish Deepankar, is traveling there, where his teacher passes away, and he is carrying stupa, the relics of this Suvarnadweepi Dharm Kirti all over he comes to India, then from India he goes Nalanda, Vikramshila, he goes to Tibet, and he carries the relics of his Suvarnadweepi Dharm Kirti, the saint from Southeast Asia. So these are the something very interesting findings which we come across, and that shows that there was a very deep interconnection with this Southeast Asia. And this is another assertion I'm making, that it was from Nalanda, the students or great scholars are going to learn from the Southeast Asian region. So these are there is no time, these are the colophons of that textbook. Suvarnadweepi Dharm Kirti also wrote Achala Sadhana, which is there was a scholar, this photograph I have borrowed from him, and he has worked on a tantric deity called Achala, and this is in Jahanabad. And the Achala Sadhana was composed by, again, Suvarnadweepi Dharm Kirti, and you have this Achala also in the this Ganesh Dutt in Begusarai recently. These are very recently discovered terracotta. And this Achala Sadhana was composed in Sri Vijaya by this Suvarnadweepi Dharm Kirti. Just to quick, it was not just textual and practices, but even archaeological connections are there. I come from this district, Paschim Champaran. We have Lauria Nandangad. Based on this, Kesaria Stupa was built, and based on this, we have Borobudur temple in Java. So this is the concluding slide. Lokanatha, Suvarnadweep. So this is a Pragyaparamita sutra, the 8000 Ashtasahastrika Pragyaparamita sutra. And this mentions also Suvarna Bhume Sri Vijayapure Lokanatha. And what you are seeing here, this is a Suvarna Bhumi Lokanatha, Avalokiteshwara. So when Pragyaparamita is referring to the geographical or desh, what we call the space, it's including the Sri Vijaya in its fold. And there is a Suvarna Bhume Sri Vijayapure Lokanatha. There is a particular form of Avalokiteswara which is present, is included within Buddhist pantheon originating. So this, I think I have no time. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the comprehensive understanding of how Buddhism evolved and impacted the society during its peak in the Magadh region. I request Dr. Kusum Kumari to please chair the session.
Very good morning to all of you. Let me introduce myself. I am Professor Kusum Kumari, teacher of religious philosophy, especially in Buddhism. I teach philosophy and serve as Vice Chancellor Magadh University and Pro Vice Chancellor Munger University in both capacity. And after that, I have established Department of Women Studies in Magadh University and directed it for 10 years. Pragya, a pustak I have written, Bodh Dhyan, and also for Women Studies, Empowering Venus. And published 2 magazines, Pragya, which has been sponsored by BTMC, and other Stri, a journal of women studies on burning social issues. I thanks again the Eskal Society and Vice Chancellor Nalanda University for inviting me to be with you. In few words, both of my scholars presented paper very nicely. Pooja Dabral is a student, teacher, and master of Mahayana philosophy. Of course, she has presented very nicely. She is not only in theory, but also in practice, because she wear the robe and doing the practice. So, but of course, she is dedicated towards Mahayana. When you talk about Buddhism, you can't ignore Theravada or the original Buddhism, which has been propounded by our master, the Buddha. But of course, Pooja, you have described in a very, very, very interesting, lucid, and intellectual manner. So I thanks you again. जो दूसरे मेरे भाई थे, he is a pure Buddhist, Tantrayani, Vajrayani, Mahayani. What he is, he knows well. What the reality, when the Buddhism come on downfall, the reality of Buddhism is that which he has presented. And how Hinduism covered Buddhism. This is at the time of Vajrayan, Tantrayan, and he has presented this. Okay, thanks him also, because this is hard reality. Now I come to say you in few words. If you permit me to explain Buddhism in brief, I will say Anit, Anatma, and Dukh. Anit, Anatma, and Dukh means, Anit means nothing is permanent. Anatma means there is no permanent soul, or Amar Atma. The concept of Amar Atma is not in Buddhism. And Dukh, there is sorrow everywhere. Everything which has origin, its end. Everything exists for one moment, that is called Kshanik Bad in Buddhism. Second moment, there is another thing. It is like following butter, but because it is in flow, so it appears that it is some same river or the same man. वरना एक बच्चा, एक युवा और एक वृद्ध में बहुत अंतर है, लेकिन हम कहते हैं ये वही बच्चा है, ये वही आदमी है. वो this is a mere appearance. To get rid of sorrow, the great master has propounded eightfold path, that is Ashtangik Marg, but in order. Samyak Drishti, first Drishti, you have to explain the vision or elaborate your vision. Drishti, Samyak Sankalp, you have to take a hard decision, Sankalp. Samyak Bachan, matlab words. Samyak Karmant, deeds. Samyak Ajivika, livelihood. Samyak Vyayam, right exercise. Samyak Asmriti, that is most important in the modern days. Samyak Asmriti means mindfulness, awareness, or the need of the hour to resolve the conflict of the world. Samyak Vyayam. And after Samyak Vyayam, only Samadhi is possible. Without Samadhi, there is no meaning of Buddhism. There is no meaning of Buddhism. You have to reach on goal. If you want to reach on goal, then Samadhi is essential. Master has propounded Seal, Samadhi, Pragya as three Ratna. This is a three Ratna, three jewels of Buddhism. त्रिपिटक, विनय सुतक, ये अभिधम्म सुतक और विनय पिटक, सुतक नहीं, विनय पिटक, अभिधम्म पिटक और धम्म पिटक, 3 पिटक, 3 पिटारा उन्होंने मुझे दिया. If we follow eightfold path honestly, then wisdom arise, pragya, that is called pragya. In the process of samadhi, maitri, karuna, mudita and upekkha emerge. This is outcome of samadhi. Then we became able to object, to receive object as this is. Matlab we want to know and we have to know, or we are able to know the thing as it is. And this is a actual realization. चीज को उसके रियल फॉर्म में जानना ही बुद्धिज्म है. That is अनित्य, अनात्मा and दुख. In summary, this is a Buddhism. शॉर्ट में बुद्धिज्म यही है. अब है कि आज के समय में बुद्धिज्म को हम कैसे पढ़ें, कैसे पढ़ाएं, वो हमेशा हमें बुद्धिज्म टीच पीपल टू बी गुड, abscond, abandon the bad habits, behavior. Moreover, it teaches the people the path to attain mental freedom, how you became free mentally. Buddhism may be taught in school, in primary level. This is the need of hour, because after teaching of Buddhism, a man can be disciplined, and this is very essential in the present time. ये महामहिम की बातें अभी आ रही थी. महामहिम ने कल यही बात कहा कि आप इसको धर्म के रूप में ना लेकर एक अनुशासन के रूप में लें, तो वो ये आपके लाइफ को सेव कर देगा. Buddha encourage, it is a rational, intellectual and spiritual religion. वो always promote your self confidence कि this is, everything is within you. You can achieve anything in the world, but you have to work hard for that. But he never say that you believe in me or in text. Apadipo bhava. This is the main crunch of Buddhism. Apadipo bhava. अपने आत्मा को इतना प्रकाशित करो, खुद से जानो, नॉलेजेबल हो कि आप उस अल्टीमेट रियलिटी को प्राप्त कर लो. So it is upon you to recognize, promote and realize the thing. I have shown the path, but have to walk upon it. आपको चलना है. What within you may understand. कैसे कर सकते हैं. और माइंडफुलनेस जो है, माइंडफुलनेस मीन्स क्या होता है, अवेयरनेस. Know things in their real nature. The great master says that everything is in mind. To know the reality of object, according to Buddha, one have to develop and cultivate one's mind. In Satipatthana Sutta, he has explained to deal the method to develop the mind through vipassana. So vipassana is a process to develop our mind. Vipassana is very much needed for your development. And in that fold, he has explained about 4 things: कायानुपස්සना, वेदानुपස්සना, चित्तानुपස්සना and धम्मानुपස්සना. धर्म के प्रति आप जागरूक हो, अपने चित्त के, अपने थॉट्स के प्रति जागरूक हो, अपनी फीलिंग्स के प्रति जागरूक हो, और अपने बॉडी, शरीर के प्रति आप जागरूक हो. So the purpose of mindfulness and concentration is that to achieve the peace in within or within ourselves or in society, world, and in largely for worlds total. In last, I want to say that the प्रथम ये जो बुद्धिज्म की जो संगीति हुई थी, 4 संगीति हुई थी बुद्धिज्म की, उसकी प्रथम संगीति राजगृह में हुई थी. So here I would like to add that this is the place, Rajgrah, where the first Buddhist council was held. under the guidance of Ananda and Upali at the time of Ajatasattu of Magadh. After 7-month discourse, 2 Pitak, Dhamma Pitak and Vinay Pitak codify. I hope the discourse and deliverance held here in Nalanda University in collaboration with Deshkal Society will go a long way in giving the message and shaping the society. Thanks. चलो यार आ जाओ आ जाओ
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now we have a book release, Bharat में पर्यटन विकास और संभावनाएं. I would like to call on the stage Professor Abhay Kumar Singh ji. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Nalanda University, and Shri Arvind Mohan ji, Chairman, Deshkal Society, and the author of the book, Ashutosh Kumar Arya. I request Ashutosh Kumar Arya ji to share a few words, please.
Thank you. नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी के कुलपति महोदय और अन्य हमारे यहाँ जो विद्वत गण यहाँ पे हैं, उन सबों का बहुत बहुत हार्दिक बधाई कि उन्होंने हमें यहाँ मंचासीन होने का मौका दिया. धन्यवाद.
For the next session, Envisioning Magadh region, locality, heritage making and sustainability, I would like to invite the speakers, Dr. Manish Sinha, Professor, Department of History, Magadh University, Shri Deepak Anand, a Buddhist pilgrimage interpreter based in Bodh Gaya, Shri Azad Hind Gulshan Nanda, PhD research scholar, Nalanda University, and Dr. Arvind K. Mishra, Associate Professor, JNU, New Delhi. On the stage, please. And the session will be chaired by Dr. Sudhirendra Sharma, Senior Consultant, World Bank, New Delhi. I'll just call him. We'll begin. Yeah. We'll begin with Dr. Manish Sinha. He'll speak on the Tibetans at Bodh Gaya. Manish Sinha is a professor and ex-head University Department of History, Magadh University, having 28 years of teaching experience. His areas of research are modern India, international relations, and diasporic studies. He is a member of various prestigious academic bodies and associated with the Indian National Trust for Art and Culture Heritage, INTAC, as the convener of the Gaya chapter and contributing to heritage conservation. So,
Thank you so much, Surbhi. I am greetings to all of you. A very good day to all of you. I am immensely thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Nalanda University, Rajgir, and Sri Sanjay ji and the whole Deshkal Society for inviting me to share some of my thoughts with you. I am not doing a PowerPoint presentation, but I would like to be as clear to you as possible. Being born at Gaya, the title of my paper is The Tibetans at Bodh Gaya. And I have been working with the Tibetans in exile community since 2012. And even before that, when I was associate at Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. Look, I was born at Gaya and Bodh Gaya, twin towns. And the transformation of Bodh Gaya from a semi-urban rural landscape into a World Heritage Site, I have witnessed it. And going to Bodh Gaya was like going to a picnic. My father used to take us eating hot samosas over there. And ultimately, when it came to my livelihood, I landed at Bodh Gaya. And I have been teaching history there for the last 28 years. So I have been witness to a number of things. And I have witnessed to His Holiness Dalai Lama's footsteps. And when as children, it used to be in the air that whenever His Holiness comes, rains will come. And maybe I remember it used to become cloudy. And I will tell you that that belief was reinforced recently as late December 2023, when His Holiness spent about 20 days at Bodh Gaya giving sermons. And I remember that day, it rained. And when he went back on the 18th of January 2024, it was absolute sunshine. Maybe it is some weather phenomena or anything. So, Tibetans have had an intimate contact with Bodh Gaya. They have even had a Vajrasan in their virtual imagination. Tony Huber, in his book, The Holy Land Reborn, he remembers that one wintry day, he was at a garden monastery, and there some pilgrims were looking down a peephole, and there he asked them, "What are you doing?" Those pilgrims said that, "Look, you have compassion and you follow the Buddhist precepts. If you go down this crevice, you will straight away land up at the Vajrasan." So that visualization of that intimate contact has been always there. Now here, my lecture revolves around the internationalization of Bodh Gaya due to the Tibetans in exile and how it has overall contributed to the economic sustainability also, tourism, pilgrimage, and I will be also, because we don't have much time, just breathing on my neck is a very, Deepak Anandji, he has so much to tell. In fact, he could have had a full session to himself. So I would be just glancing along the past history of the Tibetan contacts. Here I want to premise something, that how the Tibetan contact with Bodh Gaya, how it has helped in internationalization. First, the performance of the Tibetan rituals. Bodh Gaya has become a winter landscape for the performance of Tibetan ritual. It has led to the revitalization and reinvigoration of the religious landscape of Bodh Gaya, further leading to its internationalization. Point number 2, the personality of His Holiness the Dalai Lama with Bodh Gaya, who is considered to be a living bodhisattva, the most profound proponent of engaged Buddhism today, living today, he has contributed immensely to Bodh Gaya's internationalization. Thirdly, what I want to say, when I talk about His Holiness, I am not only talking about the Tibetans. I talk about the trans-Himalayan states, Arunachal, Sikkim, those states bordering Tibet. Now, Dalai Lama is literally worshipped over there. Recently, I organized a lecture at my department of Tenzing Zundu, who has been my friend since the 2012 Kalchakra Puja. He gave a very nice lecture on the Indian Himalayas and Tibet. He has personally visited all the, it was a fascinating lecture. Maybe he could have been here also. So that is yet another point. Now come the winter season. As you walk down the streets of Bodh Gaya, the monks in their maroon robes, young and old, whispering prayers to themselves, permeating spirituality all around, they are indeed a fascinating sight to behold. And these rituals, they have in fact transformed the landscape of Bodh Gaya ever since exile began. It has led to internationalization of Bodh Gaya under the leadership of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And it has been a symbiosis between the Tibetan interests and the Indian interests. There has been, for example, this revitalization of Bodh Gaya's holy space has led to the internationalization of the Tibetan cause. They have very creatively combined nationalism with spiritualism, and they have caught the attention of the international community. And Bodh Gaya has been the holy fulcrum of their activities. Of course, there are other places also with the Tibetan exile government at Dharamshala. Dalai Lama, His Holiness, he says that exile brought us to our Arya Bhumi. He talks about in his autobiography, Freedom in Exile. Now, when all this happens, what happens? When this happens, the sacred space of Bodh Gaya, it becomes a convergence point of two important aspects. One is the historical Buddha. One is the historical Buddha at Bodh Gaya, and the other is the living Buddha, when His Holiness comes over there. And they both converge together. So, the performance of various pujas like the Kalchakra Puja, Mollam Pujas, of course, there are various sects, as you all know, in Tibetan Buddhism. To millions of pilgrims, tourists come over there. His Holiness has performed 5 Kalchakra initiations at Bodh Gaya. 1973, 83, I think it is then 81, 85, 2003, 2012, and 2017. I covered the Kalchakra Puja, where it all started, in 2012. My university is just walking distance from Bodh Gaya. There I met Tenzing, and I presented a paper then at Oxford, which is available at Brill, if you want to explore it. The Tibetan Nationalism in Exile, Voices of Nationalism, the Tibetans, the Nation in Exile, Voices of Tibetan Nationalism during the Kalchakra Puja at Bodh Gaya. So let's move forward. I don't think I have much time about the early Tibetan contacts, but I will just speed through. You all should study the account of Dharam Swamin, who was here between 1234 to 1236. 1234, he was at Bodh Gaya. Baisakh Purnima, he was there. And then 35 January to April, he was at Rajgir. Then he goes to Nalanda. At Rajgir, Mahapandit Vasu Mitra is here. And that Kal Chakra Vaitarka was composed by him. Then at Nalanda, Pandit Rahul Sil Bhadra was there. Why is Dharm Swamin's account important? He talks about Bodh Gaya. He talks about a king Buddha Sen, who is giving endowment to 70 monks at Nalanda. Nalanda has had its first encounter with the Muslim invasion. Only 2 monasteries are standing there. And then he talks about a trader named Jaydev, who is a sponsor. So you should read it. It is a wonderful, and it is very authentic. Thereafter, the Tibetan pilgrimage dries down because of the changed geopolitical scenario. Now, India is being imagined in the arthangs or the glossaries which have been there, imagining all sort of things. Because you cannot do a pilgrimage in physical entity, so the pilgrimage is being done in imagination. Now, then as we move forwards, then when we come to the 18th century, there is a Tibetan monk, Samyong Yogbe. His account is very important. And then coming to the 20th century, Panchen Lama visits Bodh Gaya, 1905, 1906. He is hosted by the Bodh Gaya Mahant, but the Mahabodhi Society gives a petition that they are desecrating the temple, so he returns all the gifts. Then the 13th Dalai Lama visits Bodh Gaya. He is already exiled. He comes there. And then as we come to the 1930s, we have Gendun Chopel, Guide to India. He was a Tibetan monk, much ahead of his times. Tony Huber, Guide to India, one should read it. And he was a fascinating personality, and he was the person who introduced Rahul Sankirtan to the manuscripts at the various monasteries. And Dharam Swamin's manuscript was photoed by Rahul Sankirtan at Yarthang Monastery, which was taken there by Gendun Chopel. Gendun Chopel was arrested, and ultimately he died he became an alcoholic. And then comes the prince, or His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. Ever since, first he comes in 1956, Buddha Jayanti. Buddha Jayanti is a very important thing, a marker for modern Buddhist revival. Dalai Lama was not supposed to come here. He writes in Freedom, he was not getting the permission. Then Nehruji personally, he contacted Chow En-lai, and he writes in Freedom in Exile, that he was so disappointed. But when they got the permission, he was in ecstasy, going to his holy land. And then 59 comes, 10th of March, Dalai Lama gets exiled in India. The first political act of Dalai Lama, or the religious act, is at Bodh Gaya, 1959. What does he do there? He ordains 162 bhikkhus over there. And ever since, the Tibetan connection with Bodh Gaya in exile has been reinforced and reinforced. Then what happens in 60? 2nd of January 1960, Dalai Lama addresses the different representatives from the 4 regions, the 3 regions and the 4 sects of Tibet, Amdo, Kham, and Gelugpa, Sagya, Kagyu, and Nigma. He says that Tibet cannot go like this. We need to modernize. We need to have popular representation in the Tibetan Parliament of Deputies. Elections are held. 2 September 1960, a new Tibetan Assembly of Deputies is, established. Very important. Why? A Tibetan government in exile is now ready to take its presence with the modern, we are trying to be a part of the modern democratic revolution, taking its due place amongst the modern nations. So this is internationalization, isn't it? Now, ever since, from 1975, 2nd September is celebrated as the Tibetan National Day. You get my point? This process of democratization, which was started 2003, I think, Dalai Lama relinquishes his executive power, but Dalai Lama used to elect the Sikyong, not the Sikyong, the Kalon Tripa, the Prime Minister of the Tibetan cabinet. In 2011, he relinquished all his executive power. And the office of the Kalon Tripa, it is now elevated to Sikyong. And then Lobsang Sangye, he stands for election, 2 terms. He is the Prime Minister. And then recently, I remember it was Corona times, 2021 May elections were held. And Pempa Sering, the speaker, he has now become the Prime Minister. About 64,000 exiled Tibetans from all across the world, majority of them in India. Bodh Gaya Tibetans, I remember, they participated very enthusiastically. So now I will wind up very quickly. I come to Kal Chakra Puja. Kal Chakra Pujas are mega international events. Dagor, Wangchen, as you all know, without going into the details, because I am not a teacher of Buddhist philosophy as such. I was listening very intently to what Pooja Dabral was saying and all others, like Pranshu was elaborating. It has always been a very learning experience for me. So, Kal Chakra Pujas are mega international events. 2012, I covered the first Kal Chakra Puja. 3 lakh people were there. After taking classes, I used to take a mask and go there. Then I developed a paper, A Nation in Exile, Voices of Tibetan Nationalism during the Kal Chakra Puja at Gaya, which I presented at Mansfield College, Oxford. So, these mega events, not only Kal Chakra, Munlam Pujas, the number of people come, the pilgrimage, the tourism, it has a direct fallout on the economy of Bodh Gaya. It has got many, different connections which are established. Now, in the conclusion, what I will say that I am presently the convener of Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, Bodh Gaya. We are working for heritage. Recently, we did a craft demo of an endangered craft, and that we took a sculptor, Subodh Ravidas. We picked him from Bodh Gaya, and I was introduced to Subodh by Tenzing. He said कि बहुत अच्छा बनाता है. Tenzing was there during Dalai Lama's visit. So he had come to my department also. तो सुबोध को मैंने बुलाया, वो DAV स्कूल में करवाया बच्चों के सामने. He makes Buddha मूर्तिस. सुबोध ने बताया कितना ऑर्डर्स हमको मिला सर ड्यूरिंग, और हम लोग तो अभी कितना मेरा ऑर्डर फुल्स है. तो he made a statue of reclining Buddha, sleeping Buddha. So the huge monasteries have come out there, like Trigger monasteries. They have their own contradictions. The hoteliers versus the monasteries. But in the end, if you have the monasteries over there, the pilgrims, they have an organized place where they can stay also. So in fact, with the rise in pilgrimage, ultimately it has a very positive fallout on the overall economy of Bodh Gaya. Sanjay ji is visualizing a documentation in the near future when we will be focusing on economic sustainability. So without wasting much more time, I finish off here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for shedding light on the deep connections and historical significance of Bodh Gaya for Tibetan Buddhists. Next, we have Sri Deepak Anand. He is a Buddhist pilgrimage interpreter based in Bodh Gaya. He has been working on the pilgrimage legacy of the 7th century Buddhist monk scholar Huan Sang. He has worked with the Nalanda Mahavihara, Nalanda, and the International Buddhist Confederation as a heritage consultant. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Sylvie. Is it working?
Battery. Just a second.
Thank you. Venerable Sangha, Venerable monks and nuns, chairperson, and delegates, very good morning to all of you. So this presentation is basically about revitalization of the sacred footsteps of the Buddha in Magadh. So without going much into the background, let me share you, all of us are aware of the fact that Buddhism was lost in India, in Indian subcontinent, and yeah. So it was only in the 19th century when the travel accounts of Xuanzang, when it was translated, we got to know that Buddhism has got Indian origin. And there was something like in the footsteps of the Buddha pilgrimage which existed in Gangetic Plain. So courtesy to the Xuanzang that we know that there was an elaborate Buddhist pilgrimage in the Gangetic Plains. So when this book was translated, so it revealed lots of plethora of information regarding the Buddhist pilgrimage and the Buddhist geography. So the British government at that time, they realized that this whole of this work has to be institutionalized. So that is how Archaeological Survey of India was set up in 1861 to study the Buddhist geography and to revitalize it. So this is our present understanding about the Buddhacharika, the places where Buddha made his wandering. So this, you can see that line. So that the track in maroon is the track of Xuanzang, and the one in green is Fashian's trail. So this is basically our understanding about where Buddha made his wandering. So it consists of 8 great places, and then many other lesser known places where Buddha made his wandering. So all those places Xuanzang saw Ashokan stupas, pillars to mark the Buddhacharika. Buddhacharika means the places where Buddha made his wanderings. So coming to Magadh. So this is the trail of Xuanzang in Magadh. So one thing what is important about the understanding about the Buddhist geography based on Xuanzang is most of these identifications are circumstantial. Like, you know, if you see this map, so there are only 3 places like Bodh Gaya, Telhara and Nalanda, which we have, where we have found some inscriptional evidence saying this is so and so place. Otherwise, rest of the places, they're all totally, I mean, it's not only about these 3 places. I mean, entire Buddhist geography, it's based on circumstantial evidence. When I say circumstantial evidence, it means the description of Xuanzang is so accurate. I mean, like, you know, when we go to the site, we see that, I mean, whatever Xuanzang has said, it's live there. So most of the understanding about Buddhacharika is based on, I mean, it's circumstantial evidence. So today I will be focusing only on Uruvela region, what Xuanzang says about that, and I mean, what is the current situation of the sites. So Xuanzang has given a very detailed description about the shrines, the sacred footsteps of the Buddha in Uruvela region. But his description is so confusing about Uruvela. I mean, for the first time, I mean, in his own whole description, in the whole of his book, this is only at Uruvela, he has used this phrase very frequently, like, you know, near this, not far, close to this, besides that. So this created lots of confusion. So Cunningham, Alexander Cunningham, who made the first identification, I mean, first interpretation of Xuanzang's account for Uruvela. So it is very, like, you know, Cunningham got very confused. So you can see he has placed all the shrines mentioned by Xuanzang very close to Mahabodhi temple. So this is Mahabodhi temple, and this is Buddha focus. All these markers, B, W, M, J, K, so these are all shrines mentioned by Xuanzang. And Cunningham visited Mahabodhi temple 4 times. So every time he would visit, he would make some correction, like, he would always rectify his map. So, but still, like, Cunningham was very skeptical about Fashian. He didn't trust Fashian's accounts. I mean, and people who are working on Fashian and Xuanzang accounts, they know that the description of Fashian is not very consistent, especially when it comes to distance and direction. But somehow, luckily, Fashian has given very good insight into the shrines in Uruvela. And when you put Xuanzang and Fashian description together to see what happened in Uruvela, so it's very revealing. So this red line is the track of Xuanzang, and the other line is, the dark one is Fashian's trail. So Xuanzang, when he came from Brahmayoni, he went to the shrine of Nadi Kashyap, and from there he went to Prabodhi. And from Prabodhi he came to Mahabodhi temple, and from Mahabodhi temple he described all the shrines of Uruvela region. But Fashian, what he did, Fashian came from Brahmayoni, he went to the place where Buddha took penance. So it very clearly presented that the place of penance was different or was separated from the Mahabodhi temple. So this is how this entire confusion about the sacred geography of Uruvela was, like, sorted out. So when we put accounts of Xuanzang, Fashian, added to that, I mean, if you put other accounts, like, that's a biographical text of Buddha, Mahavastu, Buddha Charit, Lalit Vistra, Nidan Katha, and all this Buddhist texts, we realize that the description of Xuanzang for Uruvela can be divided into 3 parts. So first is Mahabodhi temple, and then the places of where Buddha took austerities, I mean, like, the 6 years of penance. So that was situated between Niranjana river and Moha river. And the third part was, like, after Buddha got enlightened, then he went to Sarnath, then he came back to Uruvela to have interaction with Uruvela Kashyapa, the Kashyapa, the Jatil brothers. So the shrines related with Uruvela Kashyap was situated south of Mahabodhi temple. So this revelation comes only when we put everything together, like, all the historical text, accounts of Fashian, Dharm Swamin, Xuanzang, and biographical text. So this is how we understand, like, what is the sacred geography of Uruvela region. So I won't be going into detail of all the shrines, the 39 shrines that Xuanzang has mentioned. I would be focusing only on Bakror, the area, the places associated with the austerities, like, where Buddha took penance. So this is, like, so this is Dharmaranya, Bakror. These are basically based on the description of Fashian. Xuanzang is very silent about what happened in the 6-year penance places. So according to Fashian, now we are, I mean, it's very conclusively proven that Dharmaranya is the place where Buddha took 6 years of penance. So according to Fashian, the place after, like, I mean, he has mentioned about what happened on the day of Vaishak Purnima. So on the day of Vaishak Purnima, Buddha, I mean, just on the eve of Vaishak Purnima, or maybe 2 or 3 days before that, he left and he went to the place where Sujata offered him food. And from there he went to take bath, and then he went to a place where he consumed food. And then Fashian and Xuanzang doesn't talk about him throwing the bowl in the river, but I mean, Buddhist literature says that then he threw bowl in the river. And from there he went to Bodh Hill, where he was there for, I mean, like, till afternoon, late evening. And then he came to Mahabodhi, and then, I mean, he got enlightened overnight. So, how long was he at Prabodhi? How long did Buddha spend at Prabodhi? Maybe 4 hours, 5 hours. Only 4 hours? Yeah. So this is Dharmaranya. So this is the aerial view of Dharmaranya, and there is a Brahminical shrine on the top of it. So basically it's a mound. And this is Bodh Gaya Mutt. So this mutt is again situated on the top of a mound. I mean, and like, if you visit this place, you will find lots of Buddhist images reused in this mutt. And there is also a very, a mound touching the river. Similarly, this is the temple which is now being believed that where Sujata offered food to Bodhisattva Siddhartha, but maybe this may not be correct identification because this place has many mounds. So, but I mean, this is very close location and there are many mounds in this area. So one of those mounds could be the place where Bodhisattva Siddhartha received food from Sujata. And all these mounds have got no Brahminical shrines on the top of it, but I mean, it's a totally different subject, maybe we can cover it some other time. And from there, Fashian says that to leave north of the place where he received food, there is a rock where he sat and he consumed that food. So this is the Ratnagiri rock, north of Sujata temple. And then Xuanzang and Fashion, they don't discuss about the ball throwing event. But then we know from the Buddhist literature, and then when we corroborate this, what is mentioned in other texts with Xuanzang and Fashion description, we get to know that after consuming food, he threw his bowl and then he went to Prag Bodhi. So in between Prag Bodhi and this eating place, there is a mound in a village called Gangabiga. And this mound is very ancient, and it has got a temple on the top of this mound. And this temple has been, they have made this temple by reusing the brick. So you will find lots of bricks in this temple from early medieval period, pre-medieval period. So idea is like that, all this, So all these shrines, which are very sacred, they are footsteps of the Buddha, and they are lying in the middle of the villages, unattended, unprotected. And sanctity of all these places is eternal. These are the footsteps of the Buddha. And it is very difficult for government of India to protect it, because I've been working on this site for last 15 years, and it is scattered everywhere, especially in Magadh. So government institution alone cannot protect it. We have to find some new ways how to, protect this mount, because people are not aware about the significance of all these places. So I have been working with I was associated with Nalanda Mahavir. I was a heritage consultant for them for more than 10 years. And there we had devised a three-pronged strategy how to revitalize all these shrines. So the first step is protection. Definitely, we need to protect all these shrines, because there's an immense pressure of the community. They have almost all these mounts, most of these mounts have been robbed. Bricks have gone, sculptures gone. So now we only see the bases of the ancient shrines. Second part is how to revive the pilgrimage to all these places. And third part is how to make them living heritage again, because all these shrines were living heritage in ancient times. And our ancestors, they used to worship these places. So first part is what we were doing, what we have done is we have tried to facilitate a community heritage interface. How to involve community. So while I was working with Nalanda Mahavir, so we conceived a project called Mapping of Nalanda, Rajgir and around in 2006-07. So this is just a sample. This is the situation of archaeological sites around Nalanda. So when we went to all these villages, mounds, sculptures, all scattered everywhere. But what was beautiful, what I noticed there was that, they were, in all the villages you will find some guys, some people who are very enthusiastic about protection, preservation, and they had more awareness about, the significance of the places. So we identified all those people, we made a list, and then we started a workshop called Engage Buddhism. So we held this first Engage Buddhism workshop in 2010. So this is a picture from 2013. So we identified something like 150 odd people from different villages, and we used to invite them to our university and just try to sensitize them that whatever you are doing, it's a very great job. So we have to continue with what we have been doing. So this is a picture from 2013 workshop. So I would just quote one example about the community preservation. So this is a village in Jethian Valley. So according to Xuanzang, this rock shelter is a place where Buddha stayed for one night. So all around this rock shelter, there are broken bricks, ancient bricks from, there was some temple there, somewhere on the top, somewhere here. There was a temple which fell down. So all these sculptures, it was scattered everywhere on this hill. And many of the sculptures, villages, they took it in their houses and they were worshipping them. So when we visited this village, we sensitized these people, and then we collected all the sculptures from the people, and then we have put it under lock and key. So now it's under safety. So we did it in many villages like this. So this was a very beautiful case. Very interesting, because this was also very important because this is the Xuanzang site. Xuanzang has mentioned about this. And then Honorable Chief Minister, when he got to know about this place, so he also visited that site, and he also encouraged the people. And he has promised about making a museum there. And then what we did we started felicitating the people who have done some extraordinary contribution to the heritage, preservation of heritage. So these are few pictures from 2013, 2011, and this was recently in 2023. So, and we named this award as on the name of Mahākashyapa. We know his contribution, Mahākashyapa's contribution to preservation of tangible and intangible Buddhist heritage. So we called this plaque as Mahākashyapa Yava Jivam Sammanopādhi, Lifetime Achievement Award on Mahākashyapa. So this is so this is Ram Pukar Singh Ji. He has done extraordinary work in preservation of heritage of Chechar. Again, this is a community institution in village named Bhagwan Buddha Gram Vikas Samiti. So they have done very beautiful work in preservation of heritage in Jethin village. So Jethin is again Yastivana, where Shrenzang studied for 2 years, and it's also the place where Buddha met Bimbisara. So it's a very sacred place. And then now we have graduated, we have taken this entire work of Engaged Buddhism to next level. So this year we had this workshop called Buddhacharika Living Heritage. So in Engaged Buddhism, we used to invite people from Magadh region, but this time what we have done, we have invited people from all over the Buddhacharika sites. So basically, I did a foot journey in 2020. I walked the entire trail of Shrenzang from Shuk to all the way to Nalanda. It was 3,000-kilometer journey. So while I was doing this foot journey, I found many people at all these sites who were doing some exemplary work. So we identified all those people, and then with help of Nalanda Maha, we organized this workshop, Buddhacharika Living Heritage, because Buddhacharika cannot be treated as just an archaeological site. It's very sacred for millions of people all over the world. So it has to become a living heritage, whatever time it takes. So the idea was to invite them, and basically it was the first workshop, so we called it just breaking the ice. So maybe in coming few years, we want to take it to next level. Second part is revival of pilgrimage. How to take pilgrims to these places. So I will just take one example. This is again Jethin Buddha Valley. So this is Bodh Gaya, and this is like Bodh Gaya circuit. So people who come to Bodh Gaya, they visit Brahmyoni, Prag Bodhi, and then they move to Rajgir, then Nalanda and this. So this was the highway connecting these two sites. So, but in between was this Jethin Valley where there is so many important sites. This is Ashura Cave, this is Buddhavana. Again, these are all archaeological sites mentioned by Shrenzang. These are all footsteps of the Buddha. So then we met Chief Minister, and we informed him that, sir, if we can have a shortcut from here directly going to that side, that will bring pilgrims to these places. So, and actually this is also original Buddha trail. Like Buddha, after his enlightenment, when he made his maiden journey to Rajgir from Bodh Gaya, so this was his route. So now it is connected, and after 2014, it has started paying dividends. So now the footfall has increased at all the sites. But still, access to these sites are not very good, but still, now people are crossing this path, so they visit these places. Yeah, so now what we did was, another thing that what we did was, we renamed this Jethin Valley as Buddha Valley, because in this valley, there are many villages that has got ancient Buddha images. And of course, Shrenzang stayed here for 2 years, so he has mentioned many sites where Buddha stayed. So this valley has got many villages. So what we did, we invited decision makers and important people of all these villages, and we conducted this workshop called the Buddha Valley Workshop. And we received a very enthusiastic response. So people who came from all these villages, they were very happy that, this valley is being now, being called as a Buddha Valley. So, and then there is through this forest, there is a very good trail through the forest. It's a walking trail. And according to tradition, people believe that Buddha, after he met Bimbisara, so both of them, the whole entourage, they went to Veluvana from Yastivana, so this was the route taken by them. So we then again shared it with Chief Minister, so it took 4 years to prepare this. It was totally consumed by the forest, it was all gone. So it was prepared, and then we had our first Dhamma walk in 2014. So great response, more than 1,000 monastics from different countries, they participated in this foot journey. And ever since then, every year we are having this foot journey, this walk on 13th December. So idea behind this walk was not only to introduce people to Jethin Valley and its sanctity, but idea was also to expose people or to introduce this concept of walking pilgrimages in coming year, because there's an immense possibility of walking pilgrimages in Buddhist circuit, because there are so many thematic walks that Buddha took in this region. So there's immense, and walking pilgrimages is a tradition. I mean, it's like in fashion in countries like in Europe and Japan. So that was also the idea. So we are working on many such things. But I mean, I would cite one more example of, this is the trail of Mahākāṣapa. According to Buddhist tradition, Mahākāṣapa, he took samadhi at Gurpa. And Mahākāṣapa is a very big name. Like, he's, especially in Mahayana country, if you go, Buddha is always flanked by Mahākāṣapa. He's patriarch of Jain Buddhism. So probably, according to Buddhist tradition, Mahākāṣapa went from Veluvana to Gurpa. So we mapped the entire area between this, and we found lots of archaeological sites. But this could be the route taken by, because all the villages mentioned in these two routes have got ancient remains, and many of these villages had got images of Buddha. But this particular route is important, and I believe this is a route because there's a village called Khanwa here. And this Khanwa village has been identified as the ancient Khanu Mata where Buddha used to frequent. So this is, again, we are working on it, and maybe in coming years we are going to revive this trail. Yeah, another thing is like, we have this, nowadays we have lots of visitors coming from all these Buddhist countries to all the sacred sites. But this was never a tradition. For Mahayana countries, the primary pilgrimage was never in the footsteps of the Buddha. The primary pilgrimage was these shrines in China, because all the teachers who went and established Buddhism in Korea, Japan, Taiwan, they were from these places. So this is the primary pilgrimages. And for people of Theravada countries, there was never a tradition for them to come to India and to visit all these places. Even the eminent monks who would come to this place, they would never come, their primary purpose was never to visit, go and offer prayers to Mahabodhi temple. They would always come to collect the Buddhist texts, most of the time. So the idea is now, how can we, because now it is becoming a trend, people in masses, lay followers are now coming and visiting these places. So how we can, make it a part of their tradition. So what we are doing is, we are trying to meet all these eminent Rinpoches, His Holinesses, and trying to make them presentation and trying to introduce them. Because even if when they come, so they stay at Bodh Gaya, they stay at Sarnath for 1 week, 10 days, give their talks. So we are trying to take them to the lesser known places, so that, it becomes part of the tradition. So this is this is again His Holiness Gaurang Drukpa. He was at Buddhavana 2-3 years back, and again that is the Pipali last slide. And the last part is how to revitalize the sites, because there were shrines at all these places. How can we, rebuild the shrines at those places? So this is Brahmayoni Hill. According to Xuanzang, this was the place where Buddha gave fire sermon to Jatila brothers. And Xuanzang saw an Ashokan stupa, but that is gone. All the bricks have been dropped, so there was nothing. There were some bricks 40-50 years ago. People who visited this site, they have noticed some bricks, but for last 10 years, I didn't notice any bricks there. So now we have a stupa there, So we are trying to revitalize all these sites. So next we are taking up, this is Pipali Guha. It's unidentifiable. If you go, it's like, dump yard. If you go, it's all filled with waste. So, but according to, this site was identified by Broadley. He found an image of Buddha there. So he removed that image. That was Broadley's favorite work. So now this cave has fallen. So recently we had this puja here. So we are going to make a shrine here without compromising the archaeological significance of the place. And that is the place where Buddha and Mahākāṣapa met. And they exchanged the robes. So this is a broken sculpture here, which is which has an inscription saying that this is the place where Buddha and Mahākāṣapa exchanged robes. So this is in Silao. So again, we have a donor we are going to build a shrine here very soon. So that's all, thank you. So this is my Facebook page, and these are the 2 blogs where you will find some information about this. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for bringing out the relevance of the sacred footsteps of the Buddha in Uruvela. It is truly enriching to learn that you revisited the footsteps of Yun Sang's journey, sharing a deeper historical, cultural context of his travels. Next, we have Sri Azad Hind Gulshan Nanda, PhD Research Scholar, Nalanda University, speaking on the survey of Vaibhagiri Hills from its archaeology to heritage. Welcome, sir.
First of all, my namaskar and pranam to everyone. I'm very fortunate to receive the opportunity to present in the 6th edition of the Bodh Gaya Global Dialogues. I'm extremely thankful to Nalanda University and particularly Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and also Deskal Society for giving me this unique opportunity to present in this conference. I will be speaking briefly on some of the exploration works which we carried on Vaibhagiri Hills. This was basically pedestrian survey, and this was conducted with the resources and a scholarship provided by Nalanda University. This is just a small section of the larger work in which we carried out extensive surveys, exploration works in all over Rajgir within a perimeter of around 6 kilometer area, and then in this presentation, I will basically speak about the exploration and survey works conducted on Vaibhagiri Hill, which is just the next hill, which we can also see from the campus itself. Yeah. So Rajgir, which emerged as the powerful center of politics, and it emerged as the powerful capital of ancient Magadh Empire, is surrounded by 5 hills, as we know. The current name of these hills are Vaibhara, Bipula, Sala, Udaya, and Sonagiri. These names are particularly which comes from the Jain references, whereas the hill find reference in other literatures. They find different names with the different references. In Mahabharata, they are called Vaibhara, Varaha, Vrishabha, Rishigiri, and Chaitika. While in the same text, at another location, the references of the hills comes as Pandara, Bipula, Varahaka, Chaitika, and Matanga. In Majjhimika Nikaya, the names comes Vaibhara, Pandava, Bipula, Gijjakuta, and Ishigili. So the names keeps varying, but the current names which we use, nomenclature, are derived from the Jain literatures. The ancient Rajgriha city was nestled within these 5 hills, and as we explored the Rajgir hills as well as the plain areas, the valley area, we find a number of archaeological sites along with several habitational settlement areas. And during the surveys, we also discovered Paleolithic settlement areas, Paleolithic sites, as well as the rock shelters, paintings, and several other features. In this presentation, I will cover basically Vaibhagiri Hill. So the Rajgir has been in prime importance since the ancient times, and among the modern archaeologists, the earliest was to visit Francis Buchanan, and then a series of scholars and archaeologists visited this area, and they have written extensively on this Rajgriha Valley and its antiquarian remains. In recent, Deepak Anand sir has also did extensive surveys in the valley area, tracing the footsteps of Xuan Chang, and working on this. In this, apart from the habitational settlement areas and other remains, we find fortification walls, structural remains, stupa remains, ancient well, sculpture fragments, several of the things. On all of the hills, we also find the Cyclopean wall, which is moving all across. So Rajgriha, which is known for its association with Buddha and Mahavira, was already gaining importance from the 9th century BCE onwards, whereas as it was emerging as a powerful capital of the Magadha, it was also gaining importance for for the people, knowledgeable people who were settling around these areas, who were coming in search of knowledge and settling around these areas in search of knowledge. So Rajgriha was also particularly, along with its political importance, it was also becoming a seat of knowledge, as we find references in different texts. As Rajgriha was emerging, it was mobilizing social, economic, and religious mobility at a grand scale, and which was in fact allowing a large number of sages, seers, seekers of knowledge and enlightenment. People, they were settling around these areas, and this was in fact making it a knowledge capital as well. And this is why, possibly why Buddha, instead of going to Himalayan areas, he turned to Magadha to this reason, in search of knowledge and particularly enlightenment, as Honorable VC sir was also highlighting this during his keynote address. We find names of several of sages and seers in ancient text, in Brahmanical text like Mahabharata and Purana, which refers like Dirghatmasha, Gautama, Chandakosik, Kakshivana, and Vyasa. Many of these references can be found in the Sabha Parva of Mahabharata. And this speaks, tells about the importance that the Rajgriha was slowly, gradually it was gaining, even before the advent of Buddha and Mahavira in this area. And then we find references, BC law has already covered many of such things. Rajgriha was abode to Nagas, Tantrikas, Rishis, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Rakshasas, which all of them probably possessed magical powers and knowledge of art and crafts. So different sects, different people of different creeds, religions, sects, they were all settling around in Rajgriha, and they all possess different kinds of knowledges, different manifestations of knowledges, including magical powers, arts, and craft knowledge in other dimensions, and which all were probably giving and making gradually, slowly and slowly, this whole region as a place which was where seekers of knowledge and enlightenment were all approaching in search of knowledge. They were coming here. So in my presentation, I will be basically covering Vyavharagiri Hill. Why? Because this hill particularly has a very dense concentration of antiquarian remains and archaeological relics compared to any other site or any other hill in Rajgir or nearby regions, which makes it probably even more important than the other areas which are nearby. And through this, we will try to conceptualize and visualize how Vyavharagiri gained such an importance, and why was it that led it to its development as a multi-layered, multi-religious site where people from different sects and creeds all assembled here in search of knowledge. So moving to Vyavharagiri Hill, this is a view of the general view of the Vyavharagiri Hills. In the foothill, we have the hot spring complex, which is located, a group of hot spring complex comprising more than 7 active hot springs at the present. And we have Lakshmi Narayan temple, which we can see in the background. This site itself has a multi-religious history. We have here temples dedicated to Shiva, to Vishnu. Also, we have the fragments of and sculptural images of Buddhist and Jain images, which can be found, the fragments inside the different temples in the complex. One example is like, as we move inside, we will find a temple in which there is a image of Varaha, and then at several of the walls and in the niches we can find the sculptural fragments and structural fragments, such as part of the Sahasra Shiva Linga in this. And then in the Ananta Rishi Kunda, we have a Dakshina Murti Shiva image from Pala period, all attached in the walls. Similarly, there is a flagpole where during the Malamasa Mela, the Yajna flag is posted. Here, we can also see some of the images, sculpture fragments are there already in these locations, which probably might have been recovered from different areas and may have been used negligibly, these may have put it here, which needs to be preserved also. As we move up, we can see Bipulagiri Hill in the next to it, in this region, and the Rajgir Valley area, which gives itself a very serene beauty, a scenic view of the Rajgir Valley itself. While we go on the hill, one of the important features we can find is the Cyclopean wall, or the stone wall, which we can say, which can be found all over the hills. These Cyclopean wall encircles all of the hills, and while the name Cyclopean itself comes from a Greek character, Cyclopean, and then there has been a lot of mysteries that has been shrouded in the Cyclopean wall. The wall is almost like different interpretations has been made, as few scholars have initially in the beginning, based on the Xuanzang references, which writes 50 li, they interpreted at 12.5 kilometer, and later on, which was again discarded and reinterpreted as 150 li and around 40 kilometer. While we made surveys along all of the different hills, we find it even more elongated and has different channels, different different branches of this Cyclopean wall. In the context of Bevhadagiri Hill, the Cyclopean wall moves along the ranges up, but on Bevhadagiri Hill, we find two different branches of Cyclopean wall. And then we will delve upon this a little more. The Cyclopean wall, one branch of the Cyclopean wall on Bevhadagiri Hill begins from this location, which is very close to the Dhanna Seth Salibhadra temple, even a little below that. And then the range moves in this way, and then it ends up around in the behind of the Neminath temple, which is a Jain temple close to the Sapparni cave, the current Sapparni cave, which people associate it. And there is another ranges which moves in the slopes, and then again on the opposite side, it then moves on the another hill. In the foothills, we find several of the caves also along the slopes of the Bevhadagiri Hills. 2 or 3 of the caves just which we discovered and has also been referred by other scholars in the past, which is along the slopes of the Bevhadagiri Hill. Near the Venu one we can find. This is the Piplaha stone house, which also in the local legends, it is associated as Jarasandhika Baithaka, and Deepak Anand sir has also worked upon this, who identifies another cave which is just behind it as Piplaha stone house. This Piplaha stone house has been, Piplaha Guha has been referred to as the abode of Mahākāṣapa and the Buddha who meditated here. Just above this we find another site, particularly which also appears to be a bastion, a stone tower kind of place, where just above it we find brick structures all above it. Next to it, we have again another branch of Cyclopean wall, which I identify it as probably an ancient pathway, as Cyclopean wall on Bevhadagiri Hill as well as on all other hills have a width of around 3 to 7 meter, while this has a width of more than 13 to 15 meter, and in the middle, it is while there is a stone alignment of bigger stone boulders, chiseled stone boulders, it is further paved with smaller stone boulders. And this, the another branch of Cyclopean wall hill, or Cyclopean wall runs parallel to this on the same hill. So this probably could be ancient pathway, while the other could be the original Cyclopean wall. Or there is also a possibility that this could be a Cyclopean wall which may have later been turned into the pathway. Then again, there is a Parshvanath temple just above to it, which again has situated above a mound. This mound elongates on the other part of the roadway, I will just take 1 minute only to just develop on. And then this is Jain temple, which is again in 2 terrace. The upper terrace has the different cells also, which featuring different deities of the Jain images. Then close to it is the Shiva temple, ancient Shiva temple. Recent restoration works have been done. Between the Shiva temple and the Jain temple, there are few granite pillars and other stone boulders all around scattered, which probably was part of one of these 2 temples. And then this is in the foothill of the Bhavaragiri. There is again another platform, which is probably many by John Marshall has been referred to as Saptaparni. Due to paucity of time, I will move a little more further. As we move above, we find another remains of brick remains, which has very similar characteristics features like that of the Jain monastery, which has been found on the Bhavaragiri hill. This is just around 20 meters above. As we move forward to the ancient Jaina temple, we can then as we on one side we have Dhanna Salibhadra Jain temple. Here, just below it, we can find the stairs, which was also probably part of the pathway that I was discussing earlier. Then this is a Velva lake, which has an embankment also in one side with the stone alignments. These stone alignments can be seen in this way. And then this is a pathway which I was describing, which runs on the side of the Bhavaragiri hill, whereas a cyclopean wall runs parallel to it. This is also a traces of the pathway, which is now very close to the modern pathway, which can be seen here. These stone alignments speaks much about those ancient pathway. And then there is another site which has been discovered, which has also a 2-level terrace structure, on which there are brick remains from the Gupta period has also been found. And so finally concluding to this, the Rajgriha has a history even that predates the era of Buddha and Jaina, and then there were large number of sacred sites that have emerged on the Bhavaragiri hill, which is encircled by both the ancient pathway which approaches these sites, while the cyclopean wall encircles these sites from the outside. Thank you so much. I am thankful to Nalanda University, BSDS, and other faculties and team members for.
Thank you very much for presenting a fascinating exploration of the historically and geographically significant location, Bhavaragiri Hills. Next, we have Dr. Arvind K. Mishra. He's a professor teaching social psychology at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He has a teaching experience of over 27 years. His research focuses on the resistance to modernity, philosophy of social research, critical and theoretical psychology, academic experiences of disadvantaged students, and self and identity processes among marginalized communities. He received the Shashikala Singh Gold Medal for being the best candidate in MA Psychology examination of University of Delhi in 1991. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. So is it on? Good afternoon. I consider it is my privilege to present my understanding and thought in front of this august audience, which consists of current Vice Chancellor of this university, a great scholar, and many other scholars like Professor Jayashwal, Dr. Uday Sahai, Dr. Surendra Sharma, and other co-panelists. I'm an odd person in this panel because most of the presenters so far have been either from the discipline of history, archaeology, or Buddhist philosophy. Whereas my basic discipline, as has been told, it is psychology, and which is a modern discipline. And not only it is a modern discipline, this discipline is criticized for being very decontextualized, ahistorical, apolitical, asocial. So I was wondering that why I have been fit into a theme No, which is very, very historical and which has moral implications also. But I find some relevance because discipline of psychology is associated generally with talking about and reflecting on well-being, mental health, and other kind of thing. And although I have no systematic study of Lord Buddha and Buddhism except in my school, but we all know that he talked about dukkha, that there is a dukh and there are causes of dukh, and his endeavor throughout life was to liberate human being from this dukkha. And the topic which I am supposed to speak on, sustainability and well-being, so well-being is connected with this dukkha. So the significance of well-being is there because there are dukkha, there are crises. So some terms which we use nowadays are crisis, and these crises are multi-layered and multi-dimensional. So these crises are not only environmental crisis, which is there, but there are economic crises, there are political crises, there are social crises, there are psychological crises, there are moral crisis also. And why this crisis is there? So when Lord Buddha was there, it was different kind of time, but we all are situated in modern time. And modernity is one of the cause of dukkha or crisis which we have been experiencing. And although there have been rich range of his scholarship on modernity, but my one reading of modernity is modernity created a kind of rupture. It created rupture in our sense of time. It created rupture in our sense of space. It created rupture in our understanding of self and other. And these three kinds of rupture, according to me, are major cause of the contemporary crisis. And because of crisis, there is lack of or absence of well-being. And how to restore well-being, and that would be my the focus of my presentation. If we go by some kind of data, although I will not present data because I'm not very good at that, but this is unprecedented time in human history that a large number of people are living in urban area. And those who are living in urban area all are culturally uprooted. There is a sense of uprootedness. So 20th century and 21st century I characterized as, and some scholars have written about that, 20th century was century of anxiety, and 21st century is century of insecurity and uncertainty. So and there is a kind of paradox because there is unprecedented amount of development in science and technology, and human beings have used science and technology to overcome sense of insecurity, uncertainty, but what we find that due to development in science and technology, it has led to another kind of insecurity, and science has its social implication, science has its moral implication. What kind of science we have adopted, and what I find in study of ancient history and in other kind of discipline also, there is dominance of positivistic philosophy of science. And quite often I find in all school, in all disciplines, that there is a kind of romanticization and there is a kind of glorification of science, and without reflecting on what science means. Among scientists, those who are very educated in science and those who understand science at a philosophical level, they know that by science we do not mean one thing. Science started around 300 or 400 years ago. It was one kind of science. Till 19th century, there was dominance of positivistic philosophy of science, but after 20th century, especially Einsteinian revolution and quantum physics, understanding of science itself has undergone change among scientists. Unfortunately, in social science, what I find, Most of the scholars are not aware of this development in science, and they carry legacy of outdated 19th century science. And that understanding of science in social science in our day-to-day life is one of the cause of crisis. Because science, 19th century science which I have talked, although it merits one session or one entire seminar, what are the problem of modern science, but briefly what I will say that the 19th century science or positivist philosophy of science, it glorifies one way of cognition, and that cognition is decontextualized cognition. That cognition is very individualistic cognition. It started from René Descartes, famous French philosopher and mathematician, cogito ergo sum, when he says that human mind can perform in its best way, in optimal way, only when it is separated from history, separated even from body, separated from everything else. So this Cartesian mind, which is decontextualized mind, is the ideal for science. And that ideal has been borrowed by almost all social sciences, and that is one of my interests when I have done some work in philosophy of science. So if we are not aware of philosophy of science and we do not use philosophy of science in conducting social science and humanities, I think I'm sorry that even if we are talking about Lord Buddha and ancient past, but we know that there is difference between past and history. History is one construction of past. There can be 1001 constructions of past. History is just one mode of construction. In fact, historical consciousness in itself is a modern consciousness. And there are debates among historians, and I read one Indian scholar with a great respect, Professor Ashish Nandi, and one of his scholarly article, History and its Forgotten Double, where he is trying to compare between history and mythology. And he argues at the end and tries to establish supremacy of or superiority of mythology over history. But among historians, there are implicit understanding that mythology is inferior as compared to history. But let's try to understand from where did historical, because I think it is relevant here also, that Hegel, the German philosopher, talked about history and historical consciousness. And according to Hegel, it's only European who have got historical consciousness, and he considered that historical consciousness or development of historical consciousness is one of the parameters of civilization, and because of that parameter, there is only civilization in Europe, and other civilizations like Asian civilizations, Latin American and African civilizations were considered lower on the ladder of civilizations. And our mode of doing history, our way of understanding past is very much dependent upon the historical consciousness, and historical consciousness is mixed with the scientific understanding, because there is close connection between history and science also. So they reinforce each other. We also know that there are problems of science, and science led to colonialism, and colonialism also reinforced. So let's not glorify science and scientific thinking. Let's have nuanced understanding about science, and there can be there are dark side, there are negative implications of science and scientific thinking. So when we talk about well-being, in present time, in modern time, we all are product of modernity and human mind. As a student of psychology, we can say there is no a priori psychology that exists before. So human psychology develops in social, cultural, economic environment, and we all are part of this modern environment. So our psychology is modern, our mind is very, very modern, but mind has characteristics that it is reflexive. Only human beings are capable of thinking about their own thinking. No other living beings on this planet, they can think, but they cannot think about their own thinking. And this capacity is called reflexivity. So human beings are different from other living organisms because of reflexivity. And because of that characteristics of reflexivity, can we reflect on modernity also? Modernity, of course, it has helped us to control environment, control nature also, but in our blindness of controlling, we have controlled too much. And one of the philosopher of science, Francis Bacon, he said that one of the goal of science is to acquire power, and that power over nature. And now we know that when human beings have tried to control nature, and it has created another kind of crisis which we call environmental crisis. Scholars in environmental science are aware of that. But in psychology, in the domain of psychology, although psychology is not a very profound discipline, I am a bitter critic of psychology. So psychologists do not consider me as a psychologist. Although all my degrees throughout in my career is in psychology, I teach psychology, but I am one of the most radical critic of psychology. And I can say here that if you rely on modern psychology, which are there in textbook, which are taught in university, this itself is a source of crisis. So there is a great need to bring about change. There is a great need to bring about reflexivity in the discipline of psychology. So modern discipline of psychology will not bring any kind of relief from modern crisis. So if we are talking about sustainability, we have to change our way of thinking, mode of thinking, and that thinking has to be not completely historical and scientific. Because historicization, and Dr. Shashank yesterday in his talk, and later on I was also discussing with, that there are many frames, many ways to approach Buddha, and one of them is that we have museumized Buddhism. No, and by museumizing, we decontextualize. And when we decontextualize, and from where it has come? It has come from 19th century philosophy of science. And that mode of understanding is not very sustainable mode of understanding. So if we have to get some kind of insight from modern scholarship and ancient scholarship through schooling and through our public discourse, we have to raise this consciousness among public that do not become over scientific in our approach. No, it has its negative consequences. Second thing I will say that do not become too much historical, because history has its limitation. Historical consciousness is one mode of consciousness. There are other kind of consciousness possible, and let's incorporate other mode of consciousness also in our life. Because one of psychologists, and he's a real psychologist, Kusum, who died very recently, he wrote very important article in 1990, Why the Self is Empty. And his conclusion, and it's a very scholarly article, I will not be able to present all his argument, but conclusion is very, very important. And conclusion is that because of capitalism, industrial revolution, then development in science and technology, human self has become empty. And this emptiness is experienced by human being day in, day out, and that emptiness is now compensated by depending upon market. So now it's a new phenomenon, and this phenomenon is very, very visible in Delhi. Earlier we used to go to market or mall when there was some kind of need. Now we go to mall because we feel bored in our home. So boredom is a new phenomenon. Boredom was not very, very common feature in old time. People were very busy, there were meaningful relationship, but now that relationship is not there. We are disconnected, decontextualized. And so one of the sign of crisis, and that is also unsustainable, that our self has become very, very empty. And how to make our self fill? And our self can become filled only by bringing different modes of living and different modes of understanding. So historical mode, I'm not saying it is completely wrong, but we have to relativize it. It is not universal. It does not give us universal truth. I'm making a big statement in front of historian, although I have no right to talk about history. History does not give us universal truth. It is a partial truth, and it is possible that sometimes historical facts suppresses many other kinds of truth. And because of suppression of those kinds of truth, our self has become empty. So history is also one of the responsible agent or factor or force for emptying ourself, and that creates some kind of crisis. So we have to become historical. At the same time, we have to become also non-historical or mythological. Mythology does not lead to superstition. Mythology enriches human life. Mythology enriches our imagination, and without imagination, human life is not possible. Nowadays, because of ascendancy of science, we give importance to facts, and in PowerPoint, why we use PowerPoint, there is no aspersion on any scholars, but that's because we want to capture certain kind of fact, but no fact is independent of a theory. And all theories are product of imagination also. That way, all facts are derivative of some kind of imagination. Let's not try to capture facts very sacrosanctly, that if we miss fact or we deviate from fact, human mind, it is not very natural for human mind to be comfortable with fact. Human mind tries to deviate from the fact. Because of certain kind of pressure and anxiety, we try to stick to fact, and there are debates in seminar that your fact is wrong and my fact is correct. I think it never happened. Whenever even it has happened in science, many so-called scientific fact, and I will just talk about and I will end, in Newtonian physics, which ruled over human mind and science for 300 years, the concept of space and time were absolute. After Einsteinian revolution and quantum physics, the concept of space and time themselves have undergone change. So Newtonian notion of science, time and space is not a fact, which was considered fact for 300 years. So let's not be so obsessed about fact. Let's depend upon human imagination. And also, when we talk about heritage and how heritage has a human aspect, how human beings connect it. Now there is a patronage from state. We know there are politics of state, why certain kind of heritage are preserved and given importance, and certain things are not preserved. What about people's heritage? How do people relate with that? So when we are trying to study heritage, are we also trying to focus on the power relationship, operation of power? Power highlights certain things, but also at the cost of many important things. In study of heritage, I find that we highlight one aspect and which Derrida calls metaphysics of presence. So we talk of one thing, or maybe 10% of things, but 90% things get either suppressed or they get ignored. And unless we understand the relationship between the absence and the presence, understanding cannot be complete. So one way to come out of crisis and to restore well-being is to understand significance of presence, significance of absence, significance of historical consciousness, significance of unhistorical or mythological consciousness, significance of scientific thinking, significance of non-scientific thinking. As long as we talk of landscape of enlightenment, I'm sure that those who have thought of this title, they are aware of the limitation of European notion of enlightenment. And this notion of enlightenment is different from European notion of enlightenment, because scholars have now already identified problems with European notion of enlightenment, and that enlightenment has traveled in different parts of the world through colonialism and through modern education. So nowadays people talk about one concept, coloniality. So colonialism, which was a political and economic project, that were over by 1960 or 70. But what is present and what exists is coloniality. Coloniality is because of the colonialism, a kind of asymmetrical power relationship exists between the global north and global south. And that power relationship is maintained. And modern discipline, education, so we talk about, we eulogize education, but there are darker side of modern education also. What is the darker side? It tries to legitimize and naturalize and also legitimize the coloniality, and in a very, very mystical and mysterious form. And unless we are very reflexive about what we are doing in academics, in seminar, in science, in all sphere of life, it is not, or rather it is difficult to get out of crisis and to restore our well-being. Thank you.
अरविंद जी, आज के हिस्टोरिकल स्टडी इन इंडिया में एक बहुत ही मेजर क्राइसिस के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। वो मेजर क्राइसिस का ही रिफ्लेक्शन है कि पूरे इतिहास को नए सिरे से देखने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है।
जी।
उसमें जो यूरोपियन कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ प्री मॉडर्न, मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री या एंशिएंट, मेडिवल एंड मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री की जगह लोग अब बात कर रहे हैं कि साइक्लिकल हिस्ट्री क्या है।
जी।
इट्स अ मेजर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बिटवीन साइक्लिकल concept of history and a linear concept of history.
जी.
And there is a deep crisis because these two views do not see each other eye to eye. Point number one.
जी.
उदाहरण के तौर पे हमारे, आप इतिहास कहें या हमारे जो कहानियों की परंपरा है उसमें गुरला मंदाता, मैं कैलाश पर्वत गया हूँ, कैलाश के ठीक सामने जो पर्वत है उसका नाम है गुरला मंदाता, आर्कियोलॉजिकल एविडेंस है वो।
जी जी।
गुरला मंदाता हमारे पौराणिक ट्रेडिशन में एक सुपर किंग थे। नंबर टू, जनक, राजा जनक की कहानी हम सबको पता है, वो भी एक सुपर किंग थे। लेकिन ये सबको हिस्टोरिकल कैरेक्टर मानने से इनकार करता है हमारा इतिहास, क्योंकि अंग्रेज़ों ने हमें बताया, यूरोपियंस ने हमें बताया कि जो बीसी के एक हद के पार हैं वो सब माइथोलॉजी है।
जी जी।
और यही कारण है कि एक पॉलिटिकल ग्रुप में मिथ वर्ड हैज़ बिकम अ डर्टी वर्ड।
जी जी।
अगर आप कहें कि ये मिथ है तो समझेंगे कि या तो आप अनपढ़ हैं
जी,
या आपको करंट थिंकिंग का ज्ञान नहीं है इतिहास के बारे में। तो हम चाहेंगे कि आप थोड़ा हिस्ट्री, माइथोलॉजी और प्रोटो हिस्ट्री का जो कंटिन्यूम है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है इस लैंड को समझने के लिए। फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल, सर ने अभी बहुत कल से ये बात उठाई कि वृत्या, जिसको असुर बता दिया गया, राजगीर जो जगह है वो प्रायर टू बिम्बिसार राजधानी थी वृत्यास की, जो कि एक डेवलप्ड स्टेट था। और ये पूरा साइक्लोपियन वॉल जो हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं ये उन्होंने बनाया था, और वो 10th सेंचुरी बीसी की बात है, इवन बिफोर आर्यंस केम, इफ एट ऑल दे केम।
जी।
तो बेसिक फंडामेंटल्स को इसीलिए समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आपका एज अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ सोशल साइंस, स्पेशली साइकोलॉजी, रिफ्लेक्शन क्या है हम लोग?
जी, आई थिंक ये बहुत फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चन है जो टाइम के बारे में बात कहा आपने। मैंने थोड़ा सा कहा था कि जो साइंस में और वो हमारे सोशल साइंस में भी आ गया कि साइंस, ये टाइम का क्या नोशन है, तो जो न्यूटोनियन नोशन ऑफ टाइम है वो लीनियर है, और उसी से जो है वो एंशिएंट, मेडिएवल एंड मॉडर्न का भी क्लासिफिकेशन है। बट हिस्टोरिकली न्यूटन के कंटेम्प्रेरी लाइबनिज थे जो जर्मन मैथमेटिशियन और साइंटिस्ट थे और फिलोसोफर भी थे। लाइबनिज का जो नोशन था वो टाइम का वो साइक्लिकल था जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, और ये लिटरेचर है इस पे कि न्यूटन का अंडरस्टैंडिंग टाइम का क्यों पॉपुलराइज हुआ और लाइबनीज का नोशन जो है क्यों सप्रेस हो गया साइंस में भी और हिस्ट्री में भी। ये इसलिए कि जब इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन आ रहा था और इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन को प्रोग्रेस करने के लिए लीनियर नोशन ऑफ टाइम और लीनियर नोशन टाइम को लेजिटिमाइज करने के लिए क्लॉक बना। हम लोग हमेशा समझते हैं कि जो क्लॉक मेजर करता है ये तो बड़ा न्यूट्रल है और ये जो टाइम की रियलिटी है, जो रियल नेचर है, वो क्लॉक मेजर करता है। ये नहीं, ये सर्कुलर डेफिनेशन है कि पहले हमने टाइम का एक नोशन बनाया, उसको लेजिटिमाइज करने के लिए एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट बनाया जिसको हम लोग क्लॉक कहते हैं, और वो फिर लेजिटिमाइज कर रहा है कि जो न्यूटन का नोशन है। और चूंकि वो इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन को, इसलिए ये आशीष नंदी ने काफ़ी लिखा है कि मॉडर्न साइंस, इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन और कॉलोनियलिज्म कैसे एक सबको जो है सपोर्ट करते हैं। तो साइंस जो है कॉलोनियलिज्म को सपोर्ट किया और कॉलोनियलिज्म ने साइंस को सपोर्ट किया। और इसीलिए साइंस के बारे में अब जो बात हो रही है, और आइंस्टीन का बाद क्या फेज जो है वो महात्मा गांधी के एडमायरर हो गए कि हाउ टू ह्यूमनाइज साइंस, क्योंकि साइंस जिस तरह से पॉपुलराइज हुआ, और वो साइंस केवल नहीं जो फिजिसिस्ट और केमिस्ट्री वाले कर रहे थे, कॉमन मासेज में, कॉमन मासेस के थिंकिंग को साइंस ने परवेड किया और डोमिनेट करना शुरू कर दिया, और लोग समझने लगे कि यही साइंटिफिक थिंकिंग है। और ये हम लोग सबका कॉमन एक्सपीरियंस है कि जब हम लोग थोड़े पढ़ लिख लेते हैं और हमारे दादा या नानी और दादी जो मॉडर्न एजुकेशन जिनको नहीं मिला था, उससे हम बड़े डिस्कनेक्टेड महसूस करते थे और कहते थे कि वो तो थोड़ी दकियानुसी है या ये सुपरस्टिशियस है। ये कहाँ से आया? ये साइंस गिव्स अ काइंड ऑफ एरोगेंस। In human history, it has happened for the first time that one kind of knowledge was considered the ultimate form of knowledge, that is scientific, and it obliterated or suppressed. So there was colonization of form of knowledge by science itself. So science, yeah. और तो आप जो करें बहुत ही फंडामेंटल चीज़ है। और दूसरी बात एक ये भी है कि जो आप कह रहे हैं कि कहानी का या सेक्रेडनेस, अब साइंस में सेक्रेडनेस नहीं आता है, which does not mean the concept of sacredness is insignificant, irrelevant, or it is useless. Science has its limitation. No? So in the purview of science, concept like sacredness, emotion cannot be accommodated. But hua kya? Because of the dominance of science, we all thought that anything which is not in the purview of science is not useful. But in मॉडर्न थिंकिंग, स्पेशली फिलॉसफी ऑफ साइंस, तो एक मैं जहाँ भी सेमिनार में जाता हूँ, आई स्ट्रांगली रिकमेंड दैट वॉट एवर डिसिप्लिन यू आर रीडिंग, प्लीज इंक्लूड फिलॉसफी ऑफ साइंस इन योर, इवन इन डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिलॉसफी, फिलॉसफी ऑफ साइंस इज नॉट टॉट एवरीवेयर, बट अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ फिलॉसफी ऑफ साइंस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. नाउ पीपल कॉल हिस्ट्री एंड फिलॉसफी ऑफ साइंस. सो दैट इज वॉट आई कैन से. थैंक यू.
सर, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है. Sir, you were talking about the scope of myth in history. ठीक है सर. And then you are also discounting the role of history in constructing the past. तो एक चीज़ तो मैं आपको ये कहूँगा कि being a historian myself, we are using oral history in a very big way. दूसरी बात जेफरी अल्टन का है कि by bringing in philosophical discourse in history, we all together obstruct the writing of history. अब मुझे आप ये बताइए कि what is the task of historian? मैं यहाँ पर हिस्ट्री और हिस्टोरियन को डिफेंड करते हुए ये कहूँगा कि ठीक है, as you said, कि there can be a number of narratives about the past. हम ये नहीं क्लेम करते हैं कि we are going to say you the absolute past, जो रांके ने कहा. But there can be a number of narratives about the past, but as the task of a historian, my task is to find that approximate truth, जहाँ हम नज़दीक पहुँचे हैं. तो ये हमारा काम है. History cannot be altogether discounted, and it cannot just be obstructed in the theoretical maze. What do you have to say on this?
देखिए, ये जो है कि हिस्ट्री, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि इसको डिस्काउंट करना है. आई एम सिंपली सेइंग लेट अस रिलेटिवाइज हिस्ट्री. डू नॉट consider history is the ultimate truth. It gives no, it's a. So मैं वही बात कर रहा हूँ. दूसरी बात ये है कि historical mode of consciousness इज ए मॉडर्न मोड ऑफ कॉन्शसनेस. हिस्ट्री जिस सेंस में हीगल कह रहे हैं और जिस तरह से हिस्ट्री हो रही है मोर और लेस, वो जो है वो हिस्टोरिकल कॉन्शसनेस यूरोप में भी 16th सेंचुरी के पहले नहीं था. यूरोप में भी डिफरेंट मोड्स थे. और अगर देखें बाद के यूरोप में जो इनलाइटनमेंट के बाद रोमांटिसिज्म का एक मूवमेंट आया, एंड रोमांटिसिज्म वाज अ क्राई अगेंस्ट द टायरनी ऑफ इनलाइटनमेंट. लगा कि इनलाइटनमेंट ने शुरू में तो एक प्रॉमिस था प्रोग्रेस होगा एंड देयर वुड बी लिबरेशन एंड इमेंसिपेशन, बट पीपल स्टार्टेड रियलाइजिंग दैट इट वाज व्हाट काइंड ऑफ इमेंसिपेशन इट इज, एंड वी हैव लॉस्ट मेनी थिंग इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ प्रोग्रेस एंड डेवलपमेंट. तो रोमांटिसिज्म का जो मूवमेंट पूरा का पूरा यूरोप में है, वो एक रिस्पॉन्स है वो करके क्या हिस्ट्री में हमने रोमांटिसिज्म को लाया, जो एक मोड ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग या कॉन्शसनेस है. आई एम नॉट ए स्टूडेंट ऑफ हिस्ट्री, बट आई वुड लाइक टू रेज दिस क्वेश्चन in front of trained historian, that are we questioning limitation of scientific mode of understanding of the world? जी नहीं देखिए, मिथ असल में ये भी जो है, नहीं सर, मैं देखिए आपसे ये कह रहा हूँ कि ये जो बाइनरी भी जो है, बाइनरी थिंकिंग, ये भी डेरिडा का अगर देखें तो वो ये बोलते हैं कि ये भी ये इनलाइटनमेंट का ही लेगेसी है कि हम इस तरह से सोचते हैं. इससे चाइनीज़ कुआन होता है, वहाँ पे वो जो है ये नहीं मानते हैं कि जो दो ऑपोजिट है ये ऑपोजिट है. वो कहते हैं कि ऑपोजिट ऑफ ए ट्रूथ इज ऑल्सो अ ट्रूथ. जबकि जो हमारा इनलाइटनमेंट थिंकिंग है, जहाँ बाइनरी थिंकिंग है, वहाँ पे हम ट्रूथ का ऑपोजिट फॉल्स मानते हैं, फॉल्सहुड मानते हैं. तो हिस्ट्री और मिथ, ये जो डाइकोटोमी है, ये अपने आप का एक प्रॉब्लम है, ये अपने आप का. सो ये बाइनरी थिंकिंग का प्रॉब्लम है. ये डिस्टिंक्शन अगर हम सेंसिटिवली करें तो शायद एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है. यस
Thank you. I request Dr. Sudhiren Sharma, consultant World Bank, to please chair the session.
ये कह रहे कि चेयर दी सेशन, तो अभी तक क्या कर रहा था ये मुझे पता नहीं. खैर, ये बात फिर करूँगा. ये जिस तरह का सेशन ये अभी हुआ है और जिस तरह की प्रेजेंटेशन हुई हैं, उसमें मुझे कहने के लिए कोई ज़्यादा गुंजाइश है नहीं. और लास्ट वाला जो हमारे मित्र अरविंद जी हैं, उन्होंने तो एक पिटारा खोल दिया. मुझे लगता है उसके बारे में बातचीत लोग आगे भी करते रहेंगे. आपने बहुत सारे महत्वपूर्ण सवाल ही खड़े कर दिए. तो मेरा सोचना है कि सवाल खड़े करना ही इम्पोर्टेंट है, उत्तर तो सब जगह मिल ही जाते हैं. जब से 6 साल से बोध गया डायलॉग से मेरा जुड़ना हुआ, 6 साल या पहले सत्र से, तब मुझे बुद्ध नहीं मालूम था. और अब जब मैं 6 साल के बाद देखता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि मुझे कुछ बुद्ध का मालूम है. और कई बार सोचता हूँ कि अगर बुद्ध आज यहाँ होते तो क्या बोलते कि आप लोग करके रहे हो. शायद वो पूछते हम सबसे. आप बोलेंगे जी ये हिस्ट्री में, अरे हिस्ट्री में तो कुछ भी नहीं है, लेकिन बुद्ध की हिस्ट्री तो हमने क्रिएट की ना. तो बुद्ध आज जिंदा होते तो क्या करते, वो इस मीटिंग में क्या बोलते, कंक्लूडिंग सेशन में. वो बहुत सवाल खड़े करते हैं. मैं 6 डायलॉग्स में एक शब्द को जो मैं सुनने के लिए तरसता रहा, और शायद अभी थोड़ा उसकी झलक मिली है, वो डबराल जी के प्रेजेंटेशन में थोड़ी सी मिली है मुझे. लेकिन एक शब्द जो मैंने बार बार, जो मैं बाद में सीखा समझा, बुद्ध पाली भाषा का एक शब्द यूज़ किया करते थे. उसको कैसे बोलते हैं मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन मैं बता सकता हूँ, अही पसी को. वो डबराल ज़्यादा अच्छी जानती होंगे. यही पसी को, वो शब्द मुझे सुना ही नहीं दिया. पूरे बुद्ध के जो जीवन काल में जो दर्शन था वो यही पसी को से शुरू होता है, और उस शब्द का कोई जिक्र ही नहीं है. आप वो कहाँ चले, कहाँ बैठे, कहाँ खड़े हुए, वो तो आप ढूंढ रहे हैं, पर वो बोला क्या वो समझ नहीं रहे हैं. बुद्ध ने तो ये कहा था कि मैं, उसको कहते हैं आओ और देखो. अही पसिको का अर्थ वही है. क्यों डबराल जी आप मुझे आओ और देखो, वो सबको कहते थे आओ और देखो. क्या देखो, क्या देखो, यहाँ तो कुछ दिखाई नहीं रहे आप लोग. आप हमें दिखा रहे हैं कि वो सड़क पे कहाँ चले, कहाँ बैठे, कहाँ खड़े. अरे वो कहते हैं आगे देखो और समझो. अगर समझ आए तो फॉलो करो, वरना मत करो. तो ऐसा उन्होंने आपको अगर विचार दिया है जिस पे हम विचार ही नहीं कर रहे.
क्यों नहीं कर रहे? एक दूसरी बात, बुद्ध ने जो ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के लिए, जब मैं पहली बार बोध गया आया, पहले बोध गया डायलॉग पे, तो मैंने कईयों से पूछा कि एनलाइटनमेंट का मतलब क्या है। तो उन दिनों मेरे दिमाग में कुछ सब्जेक्ट्स थे कि भाई फिजिक्स पढ़ लिया उन्होंने, या केमिस्ट्री समझ लिया, या क्वांटम समझ लिया, क्या ज्ञान प्राप्त किया? बहुत लोगों ने उसका उत्तर नहीं दे पाए कि एनलाइटनमेंट क्या, किस चीज़ का एनलाइटनमेंट, क्या हुआ? बहुत लोगों ने उत्तर नहीं दिया। खैर मैंने खुद उसको ढूंढा, काफ़ी ढूंढा, अभी ज़्यादा दूर तो नहीं पहुँचा, लेकिन समझ में आने लगा कि वो कहना क्या चाह रहे थे। वो एक शब्द यूज़ करते थे, वो भी पाली का ही शब्द है, पश्य, एक वर्ड यूज़ करते थे। और पश्य वर्ड जो है उसको बाद में अभी हाल ही के कुछ 50, 60, 100 सालों में इसका बहुत ज़्यादा पॉपुलैरिटी हुई है। पश्य मतलब सीइंग एंड ऑब्जर्विंग। वो यही बात कहते थे कि वर्तमान में जो है उसको देखो और समझो। लेकिन हम लोगों ने उसकी हिस्ट्री बना दी, वो भी अच्छी बात है क्योंकि वो तो बननी भी थी। लेकिन जो मूल जो मंत्र था उनका, वो क्यों नहीं पकड़ा हमने? वो कहाँ रह गया, कहाँ छूट गया हमसे? आज देखिए, जैसे कि अपने अरविंद जी कहते हैं, वो कहते हैं कि इस वक्त हम रप्चर वाले दौर से गुजर रहे हैं, हम हिले हुए हैं अंदर से। और जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि अकेलापन है ऐसा कि आप मार्केट या मॉल की तरफ भागते हैं। वो ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हैं? क्या बुद्ध ने इस इशू को नहीं टैकल किया? बुद्ध ने इसी ही इशू को टैकल किया और किसी इशू को टैकल नहीं किया, क्योंकि स्ट्रेस से दुख पैदा होता है। ये सब स्ट्रेस के सिम्टम्स हैं कि आप अकेले रह नहीं पाते, रहते हैं तो दूसरों का साथ ढूंढते हैं, दूसरों के साथ में जो व्यवधान पैदा होते हैं, मार्केट चलती है, कैपिटलिज्म चलता है, उसके सारे चक्र में फंस जाते हैं और दुख। आज कौन दुखी नहीं है? स्ट्रेस का फैक्टर इतना हाई हो गया। बुद्ध 2500 साल पहले इसी को ठीक करने के लिए अपने घर से निकले, और 2500 साल पहले अभी समाज पूरे स्ट्रेस में है और अपने इतने ऐसे स्ट्रेस में है कि उसमें से निकल नहीं पा रहा। तो वही बात तो बुद्ध कह रहे थे, तो क्यों नहीं समझी उस बात? अरविंद जी को इसने टाइम नहीं दिया, मेरे को दे रही है। और देख लीजिए, ये मतलब व्यवधान देखिए कि जो स्पीकर है उसको टाइम नहीं दिया, जो चेयरमैन है उसको टाइम दे दिया। वो कहते हैं कंक्लूड इन इंग्लिश। चलिए जी, ये भी ठीक है। सो माई ओनली सबमिशन हियर इज दैट when our friend Dabral mentioned 3 terms, Shil, Samadhi and Pragya. Now, Shil, Samadhi and Pragya are the 3 core words of Buddha. Now, I think we didn't talk about Shil, Samadhi or Pragya anywhere in this, but for her. She raised that issue. I think that's very important. In subsequent conferences would try to diagnose Shil, Samadhi and Pragya and see how it applies to our own life. Now, imagine Buddha got enlightenment because of Dhyan. Is there a university which focuses on Dhyan? Is there a subject on Dhyan? Someone teaches Dhyan? Nobody. How unfortunate we are. That means the legacy of Buddha is not present in us in mind. Yesterday, thankfully to her, we were in Dhyan for about 40 minutes in the music. That Dhyan was there. But where else is Dhyan? Dhyan itself is a subject, great subject, that you need to be, there are layers of it which you want to fold. And what Arvind is saying, and many others are saying, they're peeling off the layers. So I'm saying, let the focus shift from what we are doing, what we know. बुद्ध ने कभी नहीं कहा कि जो हो रहा है उसको क्यों देख रहे हो, जो हुआ उसको क्यों देख रहे हो, जो हो रहा है उसको महसूस करो। और हम लोग वही बात करते हैं। अनफॉर्चुनेटली आई एम ऑल्सो ऑफ दी, थोड़ा मेरा लीक से हट के बात कर रहा हूँ, बट वॉट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से दैट ट्राई टू सी द मोमेंट, द प्रेजेंट। पीछे क्या कर रहे हैं हम लोग, उस पीछे से कुछ नहीं पता लगेगा। देयर इज ए फेमस प्रोवर्ब इन पंजाबी, इट सेज कि अगर गल करोगे मर चुकियां दे नाल तो चलनी पड़ेगी उन्हां दी विचार, विच एसेंशियली मीन कि अगर मरे हुए गए हुए लोगों पे बात करोगे तो उनके साथ शतरंज खेलोगे तो उनकी चाल भी खुद ही को चलनी पड़ेगी। तो हम वही हम चाल चल रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि सीखो, समझो और अपनी चाल चलो। हम तो उन्हीं की चाल चल रहे हैं। सॉरी फॉर सेइंग ऑल दिस विच इज ऑफ द ट्रैक, बट आई थिंक देयर आर सीरियस इशू, and since Arvind mentioned empty self, Buddha was addressing the basic cause of empty self, and still we're not talking about it. Thank you very much for a good session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We'll have the session 7 now, based on the theme Destination, Branding and Marketing, Buddhist Tourism. For chair, I would like to invite Shri Uday Sahai ji, author and chairman, Soft Communications. Shri Saurabh Uboveja, managing partner, Bodh Consulting. Dr. Arjit Walia, educationist and consultant, course Scholastic Education. On the dais, please. Saurabh Uboveja will present on destination branding and marketing of Buddhist circuits in India. He founded the Bodh Consulting, formerly Brands of Desire, in 2008 with the prime objective of creating and taking Indian origin brands global. Over the last 16 years, he has contributed to creating over 15 iconic Indian origin brands, which have emerged from places as far as Gulmarg, Ayodhya, Rajkot, Salem, and Guwahati. He is an alumnus of IIM Calcutta and NIT Bhopal. He taught the strategic brand management course at the Indian Institute of Management, Bodh Gaya. He, along with his team, led the creation of one of the most prestigious museum brands in India, the Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya, working for the Ministry of Culture. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think while we settle down, I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude to Uday ji, Sanjay ji from Deshkal, and for considering me worthwhile to be standing amidst all of you on a topic which is very, very close to my heart, but also standing at the land which is not just deeply historical, but it's a place where tremendous amount of meditations have happened, reflections have happened. And so if we try to combine reflection and meditation, so we are kind of going to be thinking about quite a few things today and yesterday. Sure. All right, let me know if I'm audible behind. Is that okay? Yeah, all right, thank you. And in this deeply scholarly gathering, you know, we've had research, we've had history, we've had psychology as well. I think I'm trying to bring a bit of a commercial angle to Buddhism, not intended, just my profession. And when I try to do that, sometimes, you know, we forget that this whole word called brand or branding or marketing can actually be very, very useful, you know, not just in terms of attracting people towards a certain philosophy, a certain concept, but also in terms of developing deeper interest, you know, in the topic. And in a way, we are all brands, you know, every single individual here is a personal brand. Buddha is a brand, you know, one of the most iconic and famous brands in the world. But then obviously, there's always this question of, do we really understand the brand Buddha? And therefore, do we really understand Bodh Gaya? Do we understand Rajgir? Do we understand Lumbini? Do we really understand the Buddhist circuit the way it is to be understood? But then who decides how it has to be understood? At the end of the day, it goes down to the level of who tells the best story. Right? And historically, stories have been told, they've been imbibed, they've been understood in the way that people like to understand them. And in today's presentation, I just want to give you a little bit of a very, I won't call it a deep dive because we won't have so much time, but a bit of a, you know, touch the waters a little bit, you know, step into it, see if it's cold or hot. And if you find this topic interesting, then we can perhaps spend more time later on, either today or over emails or meetings. So if I talk about the Buddhist circuit in India, it's not something you've not seen before, but this is just to kind of a quick recap, right? From Lumbini, where Lord Buddha was born, it becomes a very crucial point for anybody on a Buddhist pilgrimage, so-called, to Rajgir, where we are standing right now. He spent several years teaching Dharma over here. To Bodh Gaya, of course, where he attained enlightenment. And I've been very, very blessed to be visiting that place a few times for work. And this is the funny part, right? So for work, I went there, but I never thought about going there, unless I was invited to go there. To Sravasti, where he performed some of the greatest miracles. To Agra, where he delivered many sermons. To Kushinagar, attained Nirvana. And Sarnath, where he gave his first sermon. Now, if you see, this is how we look at the circuit in India. And of course, a very integral part of that lies in Bihar, some part of it in UP, and of course in Nepal. However, what we don't realize or recognize very often when you talk about, hey, why are so few visitors coming to Buddhist sites? You know, if you go to any of the Buddhist sites, you'll find them quite empty, unless and only there is a special event at Bodh Gaya. And what we don't realize is that there are very few people interested in visiting a Buddhist site. Like I mentioned in my case, I'm interested in Buddha, but I was never interested in visiting a Buddhist site until I was invited to teach at IIM Bodh Gaya. And when I reached there, I was like, oh my God, this is a different place altogether. It's such a beautiful place. I can walk to the temple and sit down in peace, and I'm not a Buddhist, but I felt at home. It was a nice place to be. And that also made me reflect on who is really the target audience, you know, for the Buddhist circuit that we talk about. So we'll talk about it in a short while. But if you were to really think about genuinely looking at the potential of marketing Buddhist circuits, so the offerings of Buddhist circuits, and this is now a purely commercial perspective to a large extent, or maybe a socio-political perspective. We know that when tourists comes, there's growth, there's economic growth, and we know that where we sit in Bihar, we're not in the most affluent belt of the country, where the per capita income may not be so significant to brag about. We also know that the kind of employment opportunities that get generated through tourism can be quite significant. Cultural preservation is a fairly important topic to work on. Infrastructure starts getting developed. As I hear, a lot of hotels are getting developed in Bodh Gaya today, though I can actually question if that's a good thing or a bad thing, and whether those hotels are really doing justice, or they're just looking like matchbox style, you know, hotels which just look fancy and they don't really go with the, you know, the topography of the place or the culture or the tradition of the place. And then, of course, international relations. I believe we had a very interesting topic yesterday with the South Korean Buddhism. But if you look at destination branding, you know, it's very recent that the Indian governments have started to pay a little bit attention to it. And while there is a recognition of the fact that this can be a great potential booster for revenue growth and so on, but you know, we haven't really seen work as committed as we should. And I'll say that because during the course of my work over the last 15, 16 years, I've been part of a couple of very, very important conferences where destination branding has been studied in depth. And if you look at all these destinations, and though these are countries or cities, and we'll come to the context of where we are, but all of these have been created, crafted, imagined after very, very deliberate efforts, you know, with a very direct linkage to the economic growth of a nation, whether it's from the investment perspective or a tourism perspective or economic growth perspective. Now, all these are examples of destination brands, and they're not just names of countries. And of course, we've got our famous Incredible India campaign that we are very aware of, which was created now many, many years ago. And since then, there have been various efforts like Make in India, and now there are ideas like Design in India, which are also happening. But when you look at destination branding, unless and only you're looking at it very holistically, you know, from a 360-degree approach, and I'll share some examples of that in a short while, to shape a distinctive identity or to craft a proposition or to create a a positioning statement for a particular destination. Why should people come there? What am I expecting to get? How differentiated is this particular location or destination as opposed to somewhere else? If I've got money to spend, why should I go here and spend and not somewhere else? Remember, people have zillions of choices of where they can go. Even if it's spirituality and spiritualism, they can go to a lot of places. So why would they land up here? You know, it's very important to ask those questions when we are trying to create a destination brand, as opposed to assuming that people will just turn up. When they read about Buddha, they read about the Mahabodhi temple, so hopefully they'll just show up. And then focusing on the heritage and values, because every destination has a bit of a history, sometimes checkered, sometimes interesting, sometimes inspiring. But how well is the story told? And what kind of mediums are we using to tell that story becomes very, very important. And then the visual mnemonics become very important. You know, the visual identity, the verbal identity, the tone of voice, the logo, the color palettes, the imagery, how we click those pictures, where do we want to show focus? Where do we want to take away focus from? Now, these kind of activities, when they're done in a very structured way, they're run by fairly large teams, and it requires a fair amount of deliberate effort, as I mentioned, and a very structured approach to get it going in the right way. So let's look at some of the most successful destination branding examples before I come to what we should be doing, perhaps. Why I've picked up this particular example is because this is also apparently a destination known for some form of a religion or spirituality. It's the Vatican City, fairly popular, supposed to be the smallest country in the world. Does anybody know what's the size in terms of acres? Just about 100 plus, 121 acres, you know, that's the size of the country. And obviously, right in the center here, you know, with this beautiful dome-shaped idea, and it gets 5 million plus visitors every year, right, who spend quite some money. 80 million euros is the tourism money that they earn from these 5 million visitors who come every year at the Vatican. Now, if you look at, let's say, the Mahabodhi temple, which is also a very, of course, there's a big Buddhist circuit, but the Mahabodhi is kind of the ultimate destination for anybody who's a follower or a practitioner of Buddhism, or the Mecca for the Muslims, you know, or for the Jews, you know, you got Jerusalem. Now, all of these locations, or for Hindus, Kashi. Now, there is a certain amount of deliberate effort which has to go behind creating a certain aura or enigma about these locations. But it's not just storytelling. The problem is when you stop at campaigns or ads or storytelling and start to imagine that this is the brand, is where we go wrong. Along with the storytelling and the positioning and the value proposition and the identity comes the related infrastructure, which is very, very essential. Because for a tourist, it's an experience. And if the experience is not something which is very exciting, I mean, exciting is a very basic word, but if it's not even a simple, predictable, safe experience or a comfortable experience, I don't think people, when they go to a spiritual destination, they're looking for a 5-star experience, although some might, but they are looking for a very fundamental, basic, comfortable, clean experience, you know, without too many road bumps. So that means the roads have to be good as well. Now, this is one area where, as a country, we lack, because while we create the circuits, I mean, we define how people will get to a location, but we don't worry about the associated infrastructure or the training of people who are going to be delivering a great tourism experience to a visitor. And this is what a very deliberate, structured effort can do, you know, in terms of economic growth. But this is not all. Let's look at what really motivates tourists to visit Vatican City. And it's kind of very similar to, let's say, Mahabodhi. Religion, of course, right? But religion not alone. I'm a visitor to the Vatican and I'm not a Christian. It's just the excitement of, hey, why is this so special? Can we go and find out? If you're going to Rome, you might as well go to Vatican as well and enjoy a pizza by the pizzeria. So a certain experience that you're expecting, or the art and the architecture, or the history of this place. There is some enigma which is created about the space. And it's a narrative which has been told repeatedly. And at times, that enigma gets challenged. because all religions get challenged, as we've seen, and so does Christianity. And therefore, there is a lot of structured effort that goes on. Now, there is a body in the Vatican City which is working on this massive campaign for the last 5 or 6 years. I don't know if you're aware or not. It's called Christus Vivit. Does anybody know the meaning of that? Christus Vivit? It means Christ is alive. And it is completely focused towards the youth, who are either becoming agnostic, so they don't believe in any religion, or they don't have a very high opinion of Christianity because of the way some of the custodians of Christianity or certain priests have behaved in the past. So the Pope, the current Pope, actually worked very, very hard to even write a book around this, author a book, right? And he's covered everything without any inhibitions, right? Including the sexual exploitation by certain priests, of the disciples. He's addressing every single problem statement and yet trying to say that Christ is alive through a lot of evidence and interest generation. Now you basically address the elephant in the room, and with a very clear aim that if the next generation is not interested in Christianity, the Vatican would lose its significance. Now, there might be political reasons behind it. Let's not go there. But what is very, very important to understand is that there is a lot of deliberate effort in a very structured institutional manner. Similarly, I don't know how many of you have read Dan Brown, fairly popular author? Yeah, we have. Okay. And so he's also written a book called Angels and Demons. Right. Again, a very exciting book. And that basically brings you into direct connect with, okay, there is a villain and there is a hero, like in every story, right? And the villain in this case wants to destroy the Vatican, and the hero will save it. Right? It's all about the Vatican, but it's written in a fiction way. Now, this is another example of destination branding, very well structured in such a nuanced way that you wouldn't even realize that this is happening. That's the beauty of it. And he's a popular fiction author that everybody has heard of and likes to read. But it generates interest in the Vatican. Right? And that's how people get excited. That's how you get 80 million euros in revenue and 5 million plus visitors getting interested to visit you. Now, I'm just going to show you this, some very short videos, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, just 2 videos. The first one is this, but when you look at this, do some of you recall what we are talking about here? I mean, who's this guy? Amitabh Bachchan. And what is he trying to do before I play? Anyone? Promoting Gujarat, absolutely, yeah. So let's look at it.
मोक्ष का द्वार है द्वारका, चारों धाम में से एक धाम जहां बसते हैं मुरली मनोहर श्याम। यहाँ की हवा में मुरली की मिठास है और सूर्यास्त में मोर पंख के रंग। यूं लगता है कि कृष्ण की रासलीला अभी चल रही है, वैसी ही जीवंत, वैसी ही रसीली। और जैसे ये द्वारका नगरी आप देख रहे हैं, वैसे ही एक द्वारका इस समुद्र के नीचे भी है। समृद्धि और अतीत का एक अद्भुत प्रतीक कृष्ण की ये नगरी द्वारका। यहाँ खुशबू है भक्ति की, झांकियों की, रासलीला की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कृष्ण जी मथुरा छोड़कर द्वारका आए थे, और आप भी आइए सबके साथ में, कुछ दिन तो गुजारिए गुजरात में।
Now, do you see what's happening over here? I mean, other than the, of course, enigma of Amitabh Bachchan and the way he narrates, there's a very sharp narrative.
Bharat Mata ki.
Sorry, not this. I'll just close this so that you don't get confused about destination branding. There's a very sharp narrative about Krishna Bhagwan, right? Like Buddha, right? Dwarka aaye the, right? Told in a very powerful way, with the right kind of pictures and imagery and sounds in the background, right? And the film was played on 31 television channels, so there was money spent. It's important to understand that media has a role to play. but media plus storytelling plus the narrator and a budget which has to be allocated. Now, I'll just share with you what the kind of impact this campaign had. And Khushbu Gujarat ki, they ran many movies. They created multiple. This was just one of them. But here we are. So if you look at what happened as a result of this, it was launched on 31 channels on prime time slots. And immediately after this campaign, there was a 33% rise in domestic tourists, 50% in other states and NRIs, and then a 100% rise in foreign tourists. And of course, other than the fact that this won a national award. Now, what does this do? Does it just get people attracted once and that's about it? The answer is no. When suddenly there is interest that gets generated because of a powerful campaign, and people come for the first time, and they like what they saw, if the experience was very holistic, very well connected, seamless, and it was pretty much very similar to what Amitabh Bachchan showed, not too far away. Maybe nobody robbed me, for example. Then it becomes a great experience to remember. And then everyone who experiences something like this goes back and tells the story to 10 other people. Those 10 people, out of those 10 people, 2 get interested. They also visit. And then the cycle continues. So what we call as virality of tourism, right? But sometimes we imagine that, oh, will we have to continue spending money on campaigns? Not perhaps, if the overall experience of tourism is exceptionally good, and the campaign has been told very, very well. So the bad part can be if the campaign was amazing, but the experience was bad. So it does negative branding. अरे ये तो ad में ऐसे ही दिखाते हैं, actual में ऐसा नहीं है. आप जाओगे तो खराब लगेगा. मत जाना वहाँ. Right? Now, this is not to again defame any particular location, but many people think that it's very safe to travel in Europe. But anybody who's ever traveled to Paris knows that if you're the first time visitor to Paris, you'll have your pockets picketed for sure. You can't escape. वो चंदा देना पड़ता है वहाँ घूमने का, Eiffel Tower देखने का. You have to pay, right, the price. Right. Comparatively, India is a lot more safer, but it is projected as unsafe. So there's a bit of this narrative telling also which happens outside the country, which sometimes spoils the image. But that doesn't absolve us of the responsibility to create really world-class tourist experiences. And not just for foreigners, but also for Indians. I think Indians are now expecting quality, whether it's water, whether it's air, whether it's tourism. So let's look at one more campaign. Do you recall this picture, by the way? Which campaign is this?
देखो तार देखो आंखें फाड़ देखो शेर की तार देखो शेर की तार देखो शेर की तार देखो चढ़े देखो चढ़े हल्दी देखो 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 मोर देखो देखो मोर देखो चक्री देखो ऐसी देखो देखो ऐसा देखो देखो ऐसा देखो देखो कैसे बनता खजूरा शिल्पकारी देखो खजूरा शिल्पकारी देखो प्रेम जारी देखो प्रेम जारी देखो फाड़ देखो आके फाड़ सतपुरा की रानी देखो भोपाल राजधानी देखो राजधानी में झील देखो बहता पानी झिलमिल देखो धर्मों की महफिल देखो हिंदुस्तान का दिल देखो
Now, this is something that really worked well for Madhya Pradesh in terms of setting an expectation of what to see when you look at it. Now, again, if you see here, there is an effort that has gone into creating a certain imagery about what to expect in MP. And what's different from the Gujarat campaign in this case is, in Gujarat campaign, it was trying to bring attention to Gujarat ki khushbu and more towards Krishna, Dwarka. So very limited set of cues. In case of MP, they want to talk about variety. Ye bhi hai, ye bhi hai, ye bhi hai, ye bhi hai, ye bhi hai. Why don't you know about it? So somewhere it's trying to solve the problem that, do you even know that so much existed here? And you were going all over and everywhere. So it's about, again, trying to consciously bring attention to what you want to stand for, what your positioning is. Because perhaps when they were doing their study, they figured out we can't promote any one location too much. So we have to try and bring some focus to a variety. So let's go ahead. And what did this do for them? And I'm not going to play all the campaigns for you, but they ran this for a long time, India Ka Dil. And over 500% rise in domestic tourists. People usually did not go beyond Bhopal or Jabalpur or Khajuraho, a few popular locations, right? But suddenly they were very, very interested in the whole of MP. And a 40% rise in foreign tourists. Now, when we talk about branding Buddhist circuit, it's a little bit more complicated than branding a state or a country, and let's understand why. Now, first of all, the footfall maze, despite originating in India and hosting 7 of the 8 main Buddhist pilgrimage sites in the world, the country receives less than 1% of global Buddhist pilgrims. And the word here is pilgrims, right? Because we kind of assume that that's what the Buddhist tourist is all about. And we do know that there is a certain circuit, and we have the Kushinagar airport, we have the Gaya airport, but 1 or 2 flights, really nothing to connect. And Indians lack a connection to Buddhism. They view it as a thing of the past. Not many people are actually keen. As we know, it's been told many times in the last 2 days, but we really lost our connect. After the 15th or the 16th century, and we never thought it's important for us, whereas it became very, very important for everybody else in Southeast Asia and China and Japan. Now, if I look at a little bit now from the marketing lens, now this is the technology part of marketing or the technical part of marketing, it's very important to look at the TG or the target group that we're looking at. What is the kind of mindset they have? Why would they be even interested in a Buddhist circuit? And then what kind of strategies should we really focus on? And before I do that, I want to sort of share with you a couple of very interesting facts. Or rather, not even facts, just some thoughts. I don't know if many of you are very familiar, but Buddhism actually became a little bit more famous over the last 30 to 40 years, beyond the pilgrim audience. And that's largely because of a lot of movement in the Western countries, the Americas and the Europe. And the genesis of that goes back a little over 100 years ago. A gentleman called Sir Edwin Arnold, who wrote this poem called The Light of Asia. Has anybody read that poem? The Light of Asia, I'm sure many of you have, right? Sorry? I'm sure. And the way he wrote it, he actually managed to bring Buddhism mainstream into the Western consciousness. Now, it did not mean that the Westerners became Buddhists. It just means that people could relate to Buddhism, right, in a very, very unique way. And he's also, of course, known as the founder of the Mahabodhi Society, along with another gentleman. And it's a strange thing that a Westerner had to resurrect or restore or put in a lot of efforts to restore the Mahabodhi temple and to really bring back the glory of what Buddhist circuits were all about in the country. And before that, we'd completely forgotten. It's like wiped out from Indian memory. And when Mahatma Gandhi read his poem, he was like, "Arey, aisa tha kya?" Even he did not know. And for a while, he served as a secretary of the society, Mahatma Gandhi, right? But a lot of political effort went through. There was a bit of control games here and there. And eventually, when the Mahabodhi site was restored to its current glory, it took a lot of time, but it was an effort which was done by a Westerner. What it also did was it created a bit of a pop culture in the US and the European countries, especially UK. And basically between the 50s, 60s, when Buddhism became very, very popular, to the journey towards the Zen traditions, and then finally towards the the Lama, the Tibetan style of Buddhism, right? Mainly because of Dalai Lama. It kind of has transitioned in popularity, and something very strange happened in September 2001 when we had the World Trade Center attacks, right? After those attacks, there was a big decline in interest in Buddhism, right? In the Western countries, in the pop culture as well. And that was because, popular figures like Richard Gere, who's a very famous actor who was a big follower of Tibetan Buddhism and a big proponent of the pop culture, he started to say that, hey, let's practice peace. It's okay if we've been attacked. We don't have to fight back. So he was trying to propagate a bit of the Buddhist philosophies, and nobody said or agreed to it. Of course, it's obvious, right? And then people felt, hey, we got to protect ourselves. If somebody attacks us, we attack them back. And that's how a bit of a change started to happen in the Americas. But that didn't stop people like Tiger Woods, from practicing Buddhism, very, very famous golfer. But the sad part, or what I want to bring attention to, is that all of these people limited their journeys in India to the Himalayas, right? They were only influenced by the Tibetan form of Buddhism, and they were only interested in the Lama, right? We were not able to get a Tiger Woods to come to Mahabodhi temple, which is funny, strange, and sad. Now, if it did, it would have created big media hype. It would have been tremendous for us, right? Now, that's what I'm talking about. So while there are so many famous people who are interested in Buddhism or practice it or follow it in some capacity or the other, but there's very little effort that goes into bringing them mainstream into the culture of the circuit, right? And obviously, this is the work which India would have to do. Nobody else would do it for us. And here is where I want to introduce a couple of new words for you before I share the kind of teachings in the next 5 minutes, and I'll wrap up. When we look at Instagram or social media today, we talk about followers. Now, let's appreciate that followers may not be practitioners, but they are followers. Now, there is nothing wrong if we target people who are interested in following Buddhism. We don't have to make everybody a practitioner. For every one practitioner, there's going to be 1,000 followers who are interested in Buddhism. And it is those 1,000 people that we should really be targeting as tourists, and not just the pilgrims who anyway are deeply motivated, intrinsically motivated. They don't care about infrastructure. They're anyway going to be staying in their own monasteries, right? If they don't like the hotels, if they don't like the roads, they don't care. But it's the followers, the people who are the enthusiasts, not necessarily the scientists and the researchers. The people who are interested in spiritualism, not necessarily religion. And we do know there is a big movement towards spiritualism. People just want to come to the Mahabodhi temple and meditate and just feel relaxed. Do they have to really follow a certain regime, a process for that? No, not really. And therefore, we are looking to expand our target group of people who should be brought to the circuit. And this is where I'd like to now share with you a couple of very interesting things. So let's look at maybe a couple of factors, and there are 3 different target groups. So there's a Buddhist beer who's actually turned into Buddhism, and he's now very deeply interested in following about the religion. Sharda is a 40-year-old CXO at a top agency. Lately, she's been feeling burnt out, so she wants a place where she can get some peace and solace. Harsha is a young student at Ahmedabad University, very fond of visiting new places and, exploring. Now, all these 3 are target audiences for us, and these kind of personas you're going to find everywhere. In fact, more so in the Western countries than the Eastern countries. But somehow when we think about Buddhism, we tend to think East. We tend to imagine that this is the kind of audience we need to attract because they are practitioners of Buddhism, so they're going to be more interested. But the reality is that the largest volume of people who are likely to feel very, very interested to visit our sites are the Westerners, who are spiritual enthusiasts, who like to follow these religions, the Eastern methodologies, because they're deeply fascinated. They're missing something in life. They're missing a purpose. I don't know how many of you have read the book and watched the movie Eat, Pray, Love. You know, where you eat in Italy, right? And you pray in India, and then you go to Bali to experience the balance of both, right? But we're really about spirituality, and that's something we haven't explored much as far as our tourism idea is concerned. And the second factor is changing the mindset, right? Other than just thinking about religion, let's think about peace, mindfulness, spiritual awakening, ethical guidance. Now, these are universal concepts which are also true for business, as they're true for society, as they're true for politics. So religion may not be important for everyone today, but they are a part of all these other three areas of work. So how do we bring them mainstream into everyday work, everyday life? And the third is, you will have to run comprehensive campaigns. You have to create more immersive experiences. Engage people into Buddhist teachings, rituals, not from the purpose of making them experts. Hey, just come and experience what happens. You're just an observer. Nothing is expected out of you. Just pay some money, sit down and see what's going on, right? And try to build partnerships. It's something we've not done very well. I don't think we've really created a system where there are some very, very well-trained, teams or tour operators who actually specialize in Buddhist tourism. And even with the existing initiatives, I think there's a lot more that we could do in terms of attracting our audience. Infrastructure I spoke about. Now, in a summary, all I want to say is that the potential is about 1,000 times larger, provided you open your mind to going beyond the pilgrims. And this is not to say the pilgrims are not important, because you have to continuously enhance the experience for them. But they are intrinsically motivated. You don't have to motivate them to follow their religion. They will go whatever it takes, wherever it takes, and as much money as it takes to spend. But it's the 1,000 other people for every one pilgrim who's actually quite excited with the idea of Buddhism, but has not got enough opportunities to explore it. And that's the whole of the world for us. So I think that's where I'd like to pause and carry on with the sessions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agreeing with you that effective destination branding and marketing strategies should be employed to promote our ancient Buddhist history. Moving on, we have Dr. Arjit Walia with us. He's an entrepreneur and an educationist associated with the travel sector, skill development, and food industry. His company has carved a unique niche for itself, as it focuses only on school and school children and creates unique travel products for them centered around culture, heritage, eco-adventure tourism for both domestic and international destinations. UN body at Geneva has recognized them for bringing the largest contingent of students for their program at Geneva. His brand Scholastic focuses on delivering both soft skills and vocational skills through activity-based approach for holistic education. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank Nalanda University and Deshkal Society for giving this opportunity to speak my mind in front of the key dignitaries who are sitting here. So, to begin with, I think it's very important the way sessions are being planned. Yesterday, we have seen people delivering on the importance of Buddhism, the various elements through which enlightenment about Buddhism and the place reaches us, and also its international connect. And today, when we are at the end of this enlightening 2 days conference, then this session focuses on how to, I believe, generate the value out of the knowledge that we have earned in last 2 days. So as said, the knowledge, if this does not transcend to means, is of no use. So I think through this session, we'll try to take you through the ways by which means can be generated with the knowledge that we have produced in last 2 days. So that the session is about branding and marketing of Buddhist tourism, but I'll be focusing on its potentiality and strategy in terms of tourism. Right? Branding has already been covered by Saurabh, so we'll try and take a step ahead by focusing on tourism part of it. So let's first break the topic. The topic has 6 keywords and 3 destinations commonly named together as Buddhist circuit, though there are multiple destinations which comprise of Buddhist circuit also. But since the purview of this discussion is only Nalanda, Bodh Gaya and Rajgir, so we'll try and restrict my deliberation only on these 3 destinations. So when we break the topic, it has 6 keywords in it. One is branding, other is marketing, Buddhist, tourism, potentiality and strategy. So to make it easier, what we'll do, we'll try and take these words one by one, and we'll try and encapsulate all of them together. And we'll also try and take few case studies. So the aim of case study is not to tell you about something which you don't know, but the aim of case study is just to generate some thoughts. Since we are here, where we are part of a dialogue. So the aim of presentation is not to sell something to someone or not to convince something for someone. No, the aim is to make people have some more thoughts about the way things can be seen, or a different perspective of it, right? So let's move ahead. First, Buddhist circuit. So we'll not go much into it because we already have seen a lot of people telling about it, and since we all are from the same community, we understand what Bodh Gaya is, what Rajgir is, and what Nalanda is. So these are the basic names of the places. So if you show these 2 people that I'm going to Bodh Gaya and I'm going to see Mahabodhi Templex, Bodhi tree, all these things, Surata Stupa, how much interest it creates into the audience is one thing that we need to think of. Again, Rajgir, same. There are a lot of places here which have amazing historical significance, but same point, how much impact these names create in a person's mind when he listens to all these things. That I'm going to see, Karanda Tank, Pipala Stone House. Does it excite you? That's the point that we need to think of. Nalanda, no doubt it has history behind it. It has ruins of Nalanda. There is an archaeological museum. Now we have famous Nalanda University, a new campus of it. But again, these 3 together forms a circuit. But do they create that vibe in us to immediately go on and rush for the destination? That we need to think of. Now let's go on 6 jargons, one by one. First was brand or branding. So though it has been, Saurabh has explained much about it, but just on a line because it helps us to link up the presentation together. So branding is basically the process to create unique identity by highlighting your qualities and differentiating factor for the public. In simple terms, in one line. Now, does Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Nalanda qualifies to be a brand? That's the question that comes to our mind. So my answer is yes, it qualifies to be a brand because it has multiple elements that is unique to all these 3 places. So it qualifies to be a brand, no doubt in that. But what kind of brand is it as of now? Bodh Gaya is a religious brand. It is my understanding of it. For me, as what I understand, is Bodh Gaya is a religious brand, primarily for Buddhist, number 1. Number 2, Rajgir is again a religious brand, primarily among the Jains and Buddhist. Nalanda is unique and richest Buddhist education brand. So all these see the brand, but they are being tagged and are being kept into a particular brackets. So second jargon was marketing. Now, as explained by Philip Kotler, so it means, in simple terms, marketing is the process of getting people interested in your product and to buy it. Now, buy is the keyword here, because when we talk about or share that I am going to Bodh Gaya to see the place where enlightenment was attained by Gautam Buddha, obviously it creates interest in them. But do they want to buy it? Question. A question mark on it. Very few would want to go there. They will have that interest of knowing about it, but do they want to go? Question mark on it. So does Bodh Gaya, Rajgir and Nalanda qualifies to a place which is marketed rightly? Sadly, no. Now, Buddhist. A person who follows Buddhism is called as Buddhist. And in the context of our topic, it defines our target audience. It is our TG in context of our topic. So, is it right to focus only on Buddhist as TG for Bodh Gaya, Rajgir and Nalanda? Answer is yes and no, both. Yes, because it is our natural market. Buddhists are our natural market, no doubt in that. But the principle of Gautam Buddha are universal. So anyone who wants the awakening, anyone who wants peace in life, should be our TG, irrespective of caste or religion that a person follows. Jains and Hindus should also be focused, I personally feel, because of their religious purpose. So obviously, Gaya being the important place for Hindus, so that should also be focused. So Buddhists are not the only, should not only be our TG, as I personally feel. Fourth keyword was tourism. Now, tourism, as per Oxford Dictionary, it means the business activity connected with providing accommodation, services, and entertainment for people who are visiting a place for pleasure. Similarly, as per Cambridge, it also talks about these three keywords, and it talks about holiday. Now, again, the question comes to our mind: does tourist come to Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, or Nalanda for holiday or for pleasure? Answer is no. Again, it could be yes also, but primarily it is no. They don't come here for entertainment. They don't come here for pleasure. It is not a destination for leisure tourism. Certainly not. But because it's not a place like Shimla and Nainital, where you want to go to, if you want to relax yourself, you might go to Shimla, you might go to Nainital, Manali. There are a lot of places, right? So when we, in tourism context, if we see Bodh Gaya or Nalanda or Rajgir a destination, then we are competing with all these other destinations as well. But on the same lines, people come here for inner peace, inner happiness. So in a way, happiness is being attained by them, but not the way they're going to go get at Shimla or at some other place. So does these places have tourism infrastructure like transportation, hotel and highways? I would say not yet, because I'm comparing it with other destinations. So not yet, but the work is on. No doubt in them, but at a slow pace. The pace need to be increased. Fifth keyword was potentiality or market potential. Very important word. Market potential is the entire size of the market for a product. It represents the upper limit of the market. How much people, in terms of, if I compare it in terms of product or an industry, it's like your capacity utilization. That is a market potential, probably in terms of industrial parlance, right? So what is the market size? Now, talking about is, Buddhism is the fourth largest religion with 520 million followers worldwide, out of which 8.4 million in India as per 2011 census, which I am sure have gone ahead because of a lot of factors. The census was in 2011. After that, the government has focused. The Look East policy was there. There was special focus on developing Buddhist circuit. So number might have gone up till now. I'm sure about it. but there is no official figure. I don't know that I could quote because census was happened only in 2011. The other question is, can we define the current market potential by excluding Hindus who visit Gaya or Jains who visit Rajgir from the list? Because we are talking about market potential. Can we define the potential of these three places by excluding them? My answer is no. Because they form a sizable market. The people who, the tourists who get down at Gaya, at Gaya railway station or Gaya airport, a formidable chunk of people goes towards Gaya also, and few of them comes to Bodh Gaya. Primarily, if I have the liberty to put my thought on it, I personally feel the international market is for Bodh Gaya. Domestic market as of now is for Gaya. This is, I personally feel so. Sixth point is strategy or marketing strategy, as we normally name it as. So it is a long-term plan for achieving goals by understanding the needs and creating a distinct and sustainable competitive advantage. Now we are talking about place here. We are not talking about any individual or a product. We are talking about Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Nalanda as a place. How can these places have a sustainable competitive advantage? That is what we are trying to understand. How can we have a long-term plan to achieve that number of tourist increases in these places? So that is the marketing strategy what we are talking about here. So to encapsulate up till now what we have discussed is, we feel that Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Nalanda is a brand, no doubt in that. As of now, more among Buddhists, not marketed well, has huge tourism potential by focusing on non-Buddhist as well, through unique marketing strategies and branding to ensure that it gets its due in terms of tourist inflow and revenue. But that is ultimately the aim of any knowledge, that it should leads to some kind of revenue flow should be there. Ultimately, things goes only, practical truth is things only go ahead when there is a sizable chunk of revenue attached to it. Now, increasing tourism is like hen and egg situation. This is generally the flaw that we generally do in terms of marketing, in terms of developing any place. And unfortunately, same is happening in Bihar also. We invest some money, put energies, then wait for tourists to come with the thought we will put more resources once we start getting some recognition. Unfortunately, this is where the catch comes. When we are putting in money, we want tourists. Tourism is experience-based industry. It's not something you are selling product to anyone. People comes, they experience it. If the experience is good, only then they will be repeat tourism. There will be a word of mouth publicity. So in order to ensure that tourism grows, the experience has to be world class. And to create that experience, we cannot have half-baked dish. It has to be a complete dish on the platter, presented well, so anyone who eats it, tastes it, smells it, should feel that awe from it. So that's not how it should happen. We have to believe in our vision, considering we have understood the market well. There's a key point, that we understood the market well, and keep spending on infra, marketing and branding, and keep correcting the steps on the go. For example, Gujarat, as mentioned by Saurabh, and also I have explained through the commercials. See, I am in the industry of tourism from last 26 years now, and I have seen Gujarat moved from the where it was to where it is today. If I tell you, only thing they have at that time was roads. There was no infrastructure. When you have to go from Ahmedabad to say Gir Forest, on the way there was no dhaba also to stop and have a cup of tea. Nothing was there. Same happened in Karnataka. When you have to go from Bangalore to say Hampi, there was no place. Roads were effectively laid out, not that broad one, not those 4 lines, single road, but clean road, no potholes on it, a good motorable roads. And just to compliment, when yesterday we came, so a driver took us from Gaya to this place, single road, but thankfully there were no potholes. The road was good. It was made, I'm sure because of the early morning time, the traffic was not there. Single road, but thankfully there were no potholes. So that's a good part of it. Similarly, I have seen in Gujarat, but what they have done, they have kept on marketing themselves. They kept on promoting themselves. They have not waited that once we develop the infrastructure, then we will going to market it. No, that's not what happens. You have a basic infrastructure ready for it. Start putting in your resources. Keep creating it. People will come. The basic infrastructure for them was in place. Hotels were there. Washrooms were clean. Roads were good. Transport facility to taking people from one place to other place were there. Hotels at every place, whenever they reach to a main destination, have adequate number of rooms to cater to the tourist. So those things were there. But rest infrastructure was being created, but they started marketing of it. The Amitabh Bachchan ad, this is for Dwarka, but the first ad that Amitabh Bachchan did for Gujarat. I think it started in when I think in 1999 probably it started. And at that time, the flow of tourists started going there. Then they started focusing on different places. Initially, they were focusing only on Gujarat. Then they focused on Run of Kutch, now Dwarka, then Gir. So they started doing specific marketing also after that. The way MP is as of now promoting complete Madhya Pradesh as a tourist destination because they don't know what to promote as of now. So they want people to come to MP in any place, but they want them to come. I'm sure in times to come they will also going to focus on specific places. Similarly, comparing it, with our place, Bodh Gaya, Rajgir and Nalanda, unfortunately, I have not seen any ad running by Bihar government for Bihar in totality as such, or for these places, which has a uniqueness which is not there in any place in the world. So moving ahead, this is the map of our Buddhist market, though we all know it. But the good part is, if you see, the Buddhist, I'm talking about the international market, the international tourist who comes to India are all in our vicinity. So if you realize it on the map, either they don't have to travel number of hours to reach Bodh Gaya. The travel time is very less. For example, as mentioned, the places like Vatican City or Makkah, they have to travel more. But here, the travel time is less. The market is nearby. The product is near. Only thing is they have to be bridged together. That is what is required. Because the total market from all these countries which are next to India is 472 million, which is 80% of total market size, and that's huge. Now, if we can cater to only these numbers, I think it will be a success story in itself. So basic do's to increase tourism in Buddhist circuit. These are basic points, though we all know about it, but unfortunately, still work is on. For example, focus on infrastructure, roads. Yes, it is happening. 4-lane is being constructed, but at a very slow pace. Water quality, question mark, not up to the level as of now. Sir, but like in the water that you get in the hotel, RO water is unfortunately अब देखो सर, ये again not a point which need to be marketed rightly at Ganga Jal. A person who belongs to the tourism industry, who has traveled well, he didn't know about it. Okay. So again, then the perception need to be changed, because the perception that we are getting water in the hotel, RO water, is not clean. So again, the washroom facilities, health facilities, because any tourist who comes here might fall ill. Health facilities, accommodation, recreation and entertainment options, they are limited and they need to be worked upon. Focus on creating more organized public transport. Again, a challenge. 5 minutes. Training of people who involved in tourism about culture and conduct. Focus on security-related issues. Inter-agency coordination, so that they could be backward and forward integration with tourism sector I'm talking about. Focus on marketing and image building. So let me just take you quickly through a case study of different places. The aim is not to compare Bodh Gaya with them. Aim is just to get an idea where we stand and where they are. These are some general figures. The tourism is crucial contributor of GDP, which is as of now it has the revenue share is $194 billion, which will gonna go up to $443 billion. Few figures: Golden Temple has 3.5 crore tourists in a year. Tirupati has 3 crore tourists. Vatican City has 90 lakhs. Makkah in Saudi, 2 crores. So the case study that we are going to talk about is just about to understand the similarities. Bodh Gaya versus Ayodhya. Ayodhya is a unique example. A place not even had any basic infrastructure 5 or 8 years back. But now the flow of tourists, the people going there to buy the land have increased multi-fold. Both have religious tourism model. Is similar to us. They also have religious tourism model. The way Bodh Gaya is for Buddhism, in the same way Ayodhya is for Hinduism. Bodh Gaya have monasteries set up by many countries. Is on word map. Development work in Ayodhya started very late. In 2022 and 23, tourist flow in Bodh Gaya is 5 lakhs, while it was 6.5 lakhs in I think last year. I'm talking about international tourists. Ayodhya, it was 2 crores in 2023 and 5 crores probably will gonna be in this year. Nalanda, Mahavira versus Dholavira or Lothal. Again, Gujarat. Both are remains. Both are UNESCO World Heritage Site. Nalanda was declared UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2016. Dholavira in 2021. Both are remains. Dholavira has 20,000 tourists visited in 2122. Despite it is a very distant place at Run of Kutch, not even connected, only by marketing, it has got 20,000 visitors. And Bodh Gaya, Nalanda and Rajgir obviously have 1.8 lakh tourists, though higher in terms of numbers, but if you compare, then there is a huge gap which is in the years when it was discovered. Varanasi model, the third model. Religious sentiment, it is more or less same where we exist. Religious sentiment clubbed with ancient culture and infrastructure growth. Everyone is eyeing there now, is going there now. Hotel prices have gone up. Tourism is increasing 50% year on year. So again, a model which is similar to ours but have gone up because of infrastructure push, that the corridor that has been built. Because of that, the hype that has been created around Varanasi about the culture, about the ancient civilization, it has, because of that, the people are going there. Nothing much have changed. If you go on the ground, agree, few things have created, but last is Isha Yoga Center, which is at Coimbatore. They are not focusing on Shiva, but they are focusing on the learning of Shiva. And through that, they are creating the buzz around their center and at Coimbatore. Kumbh, organized by Haridwar, and is the event-specific marketing aspects done by them and have gathered large number of tourists. So I believe the long-term strategy that we suggest for it is Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Nalanda, unique in word, and there is no other place where religion, culture, history, art, education all exist together. It's a uniqueness of these three places. To focus on broader market, we feel that we should focus on broader market, not only on Buddha or Buddhism, but the life lessons of Buddha. That is, the market can be created by that. Create strategy for both domestic, what we have learned through COVID, when it happened, the tourism was actually dead at Bodh Gaya. So create strategies for both domestic as well as international audience. Now we have I believe there should be two strategies. One for Buddhist, other for non-Buddhist. 2 minutes. 2 more minutes. So the Buddhist market, I feel, how it happens, if we visualize, no? So they are travel agents who are based at different places. So they have their limited reach, limited knowledge, limited vision. They sell it, whatever circuit is being told to them or are in their knowledge, they sell that circuit to the respective audience that they have, and people comes here, experience the facilities and goes back. Unfortunately, there is no central authority which is linked with all stakeholders everyone has a role, but to join them together as a team is required. Travel agents are there, they are doing it, but they don't know what is to be sold. The way what we discussed here, this knowledge is not going to them. They don't know that these are the key points, that they cannot share it with their markets. So they need to be told about them. So I personally feel Nalanda University, which has a global repute, can fulfill this gap, and organizations like Deshkal can help by being its outreach wing, in this aspect. Some strategies for non-Buddhist tourists. Youth is today the biggest market in India. Today, youth across the country relates to arts, heritage, culture, spirituality, but not with religion as such. But they connect with all these dots. As I said earlier, focus on life lessons of Buddha, of inner peace, or Madhya Marg, which is in need of the hour. Nalanda is a story. This is again an important point, which have an emotional connect with people. Nalanda is a story, and a storyline of Phoenix, wherein it is rising from the ashes, which has emotions in it. People connect with it. It also has infrastructure and reach to support the inflow of tourists. So it is a place which has everything in it. It just need to support the longer, the vision, the vision of tourism. Now, how to do it? I believe we can create a niche, because Buddhist tourism is anyways coming in big numbers. We can create niche for non-Buddhist tourists. I'm not counting Hindus of Gaya or Rajgir, Jains into it. I'm trying to create more markets for us. So create niche. Then instead of waiting for people to come here, we can go to the people, make them understand about our model, make them understand who we are through cultural heritage events, through poetry, through storytelling sessions around the learning of Buddha. This sector loses to other destinations for leisure tourism and MICE. For sure, we cannot compete with them on these two things. But youth tourism is a new upcoming field, which I am sure this place can have a good chunk of piece for itself. There are various destinations which have grown by focusing only on youth. Few niche marketing strategies, and the last slide, where I'll end it after this. Few niche marketing strategies is conference tourism at Culture Center or Nalanda. This conference tourism is a new thing, that is coming up in India now. The way Delhi is witnessing huge conference queries at revamped Bharat Mandapam. Similarly, Bodh Gaya has a culture center. We argued also has, yes, with 2,000 seating capacity, and can attract international conferences on Buddhist or on Buddhism, because that is a place that the infrastructure is already there now. Leverage from successful G20. The circuit has huge number of foreign tourist inflow. Taking cue from G20's safe and successful culmination, and it has given a good brand for India. The safety concern, whatever the negativity was there, that has actually been removed because of this successful G20 summit, at least for international market. Large-scale international event can be organized at Bodh Gaya or Nalanda. Architecture tourism, again a niche in itself. Nalanda University as architectural marvel, along with emotional storyline of rebuilding the ruins, can attract huge youth tourism and can be epicenter for development in the state. Rather than focusing on religion, knowledge of culture should also be focused. Study tours. The destination has always been a hub for knowledge. Hence, international or domestic students can be called for research or educational visits by branding Nalanda as a hub for it. Religious tourism, Rajgir and Gaya to be equally supported for Hinduism and Jain tourism through branding. And lastly, branding of knowledge and selling it. As was discussed, Zen, effectively, which is being branded by Japanese and selling it in different ways. If you realize, it is the concept or the baseline of it is right from India only, about inner peace, about meditation. It was a part of our knowledge and our culture. But we could not gather it. We lost it in terms of branding. So I feel there are still a lot of things which are part of Buddha's teachings. Those can be branded and can be sold to the international market in right ways. So thank you, and with this, I'm thankful to you for your patience. Yeah, please. Yeah, please, sir. Thank you, sir. Have I mentioned that, sir?
550 AD.
I'll correct that, sir.
That correction needs, because that will create havoc.
Yeah, I'll correct it, sir. I'll correct it. Done. We'll do that.
And second observation only, that Rajgir has more potentiality and more historicity.
Agree.
Because first recorded history starts from Rajgir, when there was, in other parts of India, there was darkness. So from this angle, Rajgir requires more attention than other one, meaning, Bodh Gaya and Nalanda.
Okay. Sir, I think it is...
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And the whole idea behind the thought was that people like you who have knowledge of these places, they need to guide people so that they can be rightly marketed and communicated to the audience, and right people can come here.
Certainly, you should take it up that Rajgir was the first recorded history center as well as the oldest in the world. This cyclopean wall, when people were sleeping in darkness, this cyclopean wall was built, say, 10th century BC or even older than that. So this should be marketed.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Older?
Yes.
Much more.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Thank you for your beautiful presentation. When you talk about marketing and heritage, thank you for also appreciating our university. We do have a vision, and I think sir is here. With leadership, we'll achieve great heights. Apart from that, the way I have a little problem with the way you are talking about branding and marketing of heritage. I do understand and appreciate the value. Actually, we have been doing a lot of marketing of our heritage.
Agree. I've
right?
seen that. Yeah.
Branding has been, as you are showing also, the branding of Bodh Gaya and other things. If you compare the branding of Sarnath versus Bodh Gaya, we can clearly see the governmental return.
Agree.
By marketing spiritual tourism, as well as marketing different aspects of Buddhist circuit. But are we not progressing to a time period or an age where we need to be more careful, like we understood in the presidential or the inaugural session about sustainability? If we do mindless branding and marketing by propagating or trying to only benefit from architectural visual importance, what and where are we headed? If we are trying to do branding of heritage in a way that we need to also ask this question, who is getting the benefit out of it? Are the local communities getting the benefit of the heritage that they have been living with for thousands of years? Or is it some other bodies who are getting the benefit of it, and it is no way uplifting the local community in any other way? Like our university is doing outreach programs in its own way to contribute. But I think if we use the term only branding and marketing without thinking about sustainability, without thinking about conservation, we are headed to a very different future. Thank you.
Totally agree with you, ma'am, on this. And just to answer it very briefly, I think the Bhutan model fits it well with your question. To restrict the number of tourists in their country, they have sustainable development charge that every tourist has to pay if they go to Bhutan, right? Because they don't want the free flow of tourists to their place, to ensure that there is a sustainable tourism growth in the country, right? Similarly, the same, just an idea I'm throwing at you. Not I'm saying you should do that, but when we talk about marketing the potential of the place, if I personally feel number of hotels that it has, number of rooms, when you compare the, when you find the, I'll tell you, ma'am, I'll tell you. When, I'm coming to the same only. Agree. See, everything have to go in together. Tourism is one sector, hospitality is one sector, hospital is one sector, schooling is one sector. They're all sectors, right? And in totality, they all have to grow together. The balance need to be maintained between all of them. So as of now, since in the last 2 days, we've discussed on multiple issues, multiple factors, through which so that the outcome from the dialogues comes out. This session is about focusing on tourism, how it can create more, bring more tourists to this place. So just my focus was only to brief you on that. Agree, the number of rooms, say example, if there are 10,000 number of rooms, considering in all these 3 places, how many of those rooms are vacant, how many of the rooms are full? What is the capacity of what is the capacity of these hotels? Are they sustainably occupied? If yes, that's good. People who invested money, in the hotels, they also want some revenue out of it, because tourism does not only entails revenue for them. It is as yesterday told by Dr. Mule, that it is a zero pollution free industry. So in that ways, tourism in itself is sustainable. Point. So, thank you, thank you all of you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the promising strategy for sustainable growth to enhance tourism in Bodh Gaya, Rajgir and Nalanda. With this, I request Shri Uday Sai, Author Chairman, Soft Communications, to chair this session, please.
Thank you, Surabhi. We have overshot the time, so I know the constraint. The food is on the table, still you are forced to sit here and listen to thoughts. I'll try to not to get into details, but first of all, my heartiest congratulations to our friend Saurav, who is doing a wonderful work across the country and also internationally in ensuring that destination branding becomes a reality. And he has succeeded in many cases. I know him for 5 years, so I could personally vouch the quality of work that he does. So thank you very much at a very short notice, despite your very strong professional commitments elsewhere, which I personally know. You, because of your... exactly. So that's what I'm saying, sir. He took time to make the presentation and shared his vision with us. We are thankful to you. And we are also thankful to Arjit because of his practical experience in the industry. He shared many of how to kind of knowledge with you, which is as relevant. He may not have given you a great academic insight, but how to is as important as. So that's that bit. I would like to summarize this session by stating the importance of words. And as Jean-Paul Sartre at once spoke, unless we get into the nuances of words, maybe we are messing up somewhere. I'm not making a abstruse statement. I start with the brochure. No nitpicking or no fault finding. We are saying that landscape of enlightenment, Bodh Gaya, Rajgir and Nalanda. Now, Bodh Gaya, Rajgir and Nalanda, they are the sibling brands of the mother brand called Gaya. Try to understand what I am saying. The major pilgrim circuits in India, starting from Prayagraj to Varanasi, they all have a concept of mandala. And mandala is nothing but a concentric circle around a particular spot. And even if you go to, for example, Kurukshetra, there is a 84 कोस की परिक्रमा. And within that 84 कोस or miles, you have number of smaller brands. So the mother brand is, for example, Kurukshetra. The sister brands are all across. Here the problem is that once we say that Bodh Gaya, Rajgir and Nalanda and leave out the mother brand called Gaya, there is a problem. Because if I were to draw a kind of pie chart, the antiquity of this place would be completely distorted, because the major chunk of the pie chart would be the Hindu part of this land, and that was Gaya. Gaya, because I have worked in Gaya, so I know the civilizational layers of Gaya. There are 3 grand narratives. I'm not going to elaborate that, but just to recall, you have a narrative of what you call Sita and Sita Kund. You have a narrative of what we call Gayasur, where in the Vishnupat temple. You have a narrative of what you call both Firewalk Sermon and Brahmyoni Pahad, which is the dwelling place for Kapil Muni. And the entire, that part itself is very interesting and controversial. You leave that out, and perhaps you have given a fragmented picture. I'm not saying that Buddhist part of this land is not important. It is very important. But you need to also realize that this importance has a political connotation. You also need to realize that because of a particular focus of the regime in Delhi over a period of time, that the focus was primarily on the Buddhist circuit. Little realizing that those components got lost. And I am so happy that I came here this time. My destiny, Abhayji is here, that our senior colleague and friend and mentor, Professor Jaiswal, further deepened my knowledge by saying that, look, it was not even the Hindu part of this land, it was before Hindu, Bratya who founded a state, and the Rajgir was actually the state founded not even by Bimbisar and Ajasatru, but by, this is what he is trying to say. He has written a piece on that. We would be very privileged, sir, if you share with us, and we would like to know, because if you don't know your depth, maybe you will be superficial. That's one part. Second part, so the importance of words I was saying, when you come to this part of the land, before that I'll just share the importance of words. एक छोटी सी कहानी आपको 2 लाइन के सुनाऊंगा. I am a regular visitor to Rishikesh. There's the Shivananda Ashram. My grandfather used to visit there, and still I have a very strong connect. It grew more when I realized that it has a connect with Bihar School of Yoga. Shivaji was the first, then Satyanandji, and now Nirananandji. And interestingly, in the Bihar School of Yoga, none of the masters of the gurus are from Bihar. But people perceive that Bihar School of Yoga ka matlab hai all Biharis, gurus, which is not true. It was, as it is, a very plural and cosmopolitan land. Number one. तो वहाँ पर मैं जब गया, एक दिन स्वामी जी के साथ बैठा था, ऊपर में one of the best destinations of Rishikesh is a place called Anand in the Himalayas. कुछ लोगों ने सुना होगा. बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है, 50,000 आई थिंक उसका करंट रेट है पर डे का टू स्टे. आई हैड माई फर्स्ट विजिट आफ्टर माई मैरिज. वी हैड अ चांस टू गो देयर. इच्छा हुई, और वो गढ़वाल के राजा का किला था जिसको उन्होंने एक डेस्टिनेशन रिसोर्ट बनाया. तो उनके जो मालिक थे वो स्वामी जी के साथ बैठे थे, और उन्होंने कहा कि हमने इतने बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ किया है, लेकिन somehow it is not working because रूम ऑक्यूपेंसी बहुत लो है. स्वामी जी ने एक बात कही, शब्द की महिमा आपको बता रहा हूँ. उन्होंने कहा कि आपने जो रेट रखा है, स्वामी जी इज़ अ वेल traveled guy across the world. He says कि आपने जो दाम रखा है best of resorts in south of France, which is, you know, उसमें भी top of the line, उसमें ये रेट है. लोग क्यों आएंगे यहाँ पर अगर आप उनको भव्यता दिखाना चाहते हैं. इस जगह की यूएसपी भव्यता नहीं है, इस जगह की यूएसपी इसकी दिव्यता है. जब तक दिव्यता को अपनी भव्यता के साथ आप इंटीग्रेट नहीं करेंगे, आप शायद मार्केटिंग, ही वॉज नॉट अ मार्केटिंग गुरु, ही हैड दैट कॉमन सेंस एंड अ विजन टू से समथिंग. और वो होटल के, इट्स अ बिग होटल, उसके मालिक उठ के खड़े हो गए कि आपने मुझे दर्शन दे दिया है. एंड नाउ व्हेन यू गो देयर मेजर प्रोग्राम इन आनंद हिमालयस टू टेक यू अराउंड. आपको वो गंगा आरती के लिए ले जाते हैं, बगैर अगल जगह ले जाते हैं. तो मैं आपको शब्दों की महिमा बता रहा था कि ब्रांडिंग में शब्दों का बहुत पावरफुल एक रोल होता है. एंड मेरे फ्रेंड सौरभ इसको अलग तरीके से बहुत बार उन्होंने इसको उठाया. आप जब इस इलाके में आते हैं तो 3 जगह मैंने देखा है अलग अलग रास्ते से बड़ा सा साइनेजेस लगा हुआ है. ज्ञान और मोक्ष की भूमि में आपका स्वागत है. ज्ञान स्टैंड्स फॉर बोध गया, मोक्ष स्टैंड्स फॉर गया. और ये ट्विन सिटी है. इट्स लाइक पटना एंड पटना सिटी, इट्स लाइक दिल्ली एंड गुड़गांव. ये ट्विन सिटी है जिसको अलग करके आप नहीं देख सकते हैं. आई गॉट अ चांस टू वर्क फर्स्ट ऑन बोध गया एंड उसके बाद के जो चेयरमैन आए बीटीएमसी के, उन्होंने कहा कि केवल बोध गया के काम से नहीं चलेगा, वी मस्ट टेक आउट अ कॉफ़ी टेबल बुक ऑन गया, बिकॉज गया बोध गया से 8 जनरेशन ज़्यादा पुराना है और उसकी जो लेयर्स हैं उसको समझने की बहुत ज़रूरत है. तो हम जब आज बात कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे इस लैंडस्केप की, तो हमें ये कतई नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि इसमें सिविलाइजेशनल लेयर्स हैं. और सिविलाइजेशन लेयर्स का अंतिम जो डॉट है वो बुद्धिज़्म का डॉट है. बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट डॉट है इसमें कोई, लेकिन पूरे के पूरे कल से मैं फोकस देख रहा था और मैं डिस्टॉर्टेड इम्पोर्टेंस देख रहा था कि एज इफ अदर लेयर्स हैव वैनिश्ड. आई एम जस्ट रेजिंग क्वेश्चंस सो दैट आने वाले समय में हम इस पर ज़रूर बोध गया डायलॉग को गया के डायलॉग से अलग करके देखा जा सकता है. क्या इस पूरे रीजन को क्या बाकी लेयर्स से हम अलग करके देख सकते हैं. जैन का एक लेयर है. जैन सर्किट अपने आप में बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है, बिकॉज इन 5 पहाड़ियों पे जो आपके सामने दिख रही है, कई बड़े पुराने जैन मंदिर हैं और जो नए दिखते हैं वो नए नहीं हैं, उनके लेयर्स में जाएंगे. वन ऑफ द प्रेजेंटर्स वेरी ब्यूटिफुली शोड दैट कि ऊपर में टेम्पल है और नीचे के टेम्पल्स का लेयर दिख रहा है कि कितने लेयर्स में वो बना है, वो मिसिंग है. तो उसको कहीं ना कहीं एड्रेस करने की ज़रूरत है. और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में सर ने जो बताया कि इवन प्री हिंदू आर्यंस के आने के पहले का एक स्टेट, प्रॉपर स्टेट होगा तभी साइक्लोपियन वॉल बना होगा. यस सर. जी 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 जी. जी जी जी. सर
सबसे पहले एरियंस जो हैं वे नॉर्थ बिहार में आए. राजा जनक की कहानी उनसे जुड़ी हुई है और वे साउथ बिहार में नहीं आ पाए थे बहुत दिनों तक, जिसके कारण आज भी मिथिला वासियों का, वाइस चांसलर साहब भी सुनकर आश्चर्यचकित होंगे कि आज के ज़माने में इवन इन 21st सेंचुरी मिथिलावासी जो लोग हैं वे कहीं भी अंतिम सांस लेते हैं तो जलाने के लिए जाते हैं सिमरिया घाट. पटना में डेथ होने के बावजूद वे डेड बॉडी को ले जाते हैं गंगा के नॉर्थ, सिमरिया घाट। क्यों कि आज लोग पहले उत्तर बिहार में आए तो दक्षिण को बहुत दिनों तक इन लोगों ने समझा कि यह व्रात्यों की भूमि अर्थात अपवित्र भूमि है, पवित्र नहीं है। इसलिए इधर जिनका डेथ होगा या जो जलाए जाएंगे वे स्वर्ग के भागी नहीं बनेंगे। स्वर्ग के भागी कौन बनेंगे? जो लोग गंगा के उत्तर में सिमरिया घाट में जाकर जो जलाए जाएंगे। तो मैं जिस बात की चर्चा कर रहा हूँ आर्यों के बारे में, तो वे इस पार्ट में नहीं आए थे।
करेक्ट, करेक्ट,
समझ गया ना?
जी,
एंड दिस पार्ट ऑफ लैंड वाज सपोज टू बी इम्प्योर।
तो आज के डिलिब्रेशन में सर आपने मेजरली ये पॉइंट वैल्यू ऐड किया है हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग को, कि इवन हम जो देख रहे हैं ये हिल्स में मगध का सेंटर।
मैं ऑर्गेनाइजर से चाहूँगा कि 2 मिनट का समय वे डेलीगेट्स के ऑब्जर्वेशन के लिए भी दें
जी,
जिसमें हम लोगों ने क्या सुना, क्या फील किया और क्या लेकर जाएंगे, इस पर 2 मिनट में कहना चाहूँगा
जी। हाँ,
बहुत देर हो जाएगा, बहुत देर। इसी में 2 मिनट वाइस चांसलर साहब हैं यहाँ पर, इसलिए मैं चाहूँगा कि ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर साहब के सामने 2 मिनट।
तो मैं जस्ट खत्म करता हूँ सर, उसके बाद बुलाता हूँ, ज़्यादा नहीं है, अनदर 5 मिनट्स में भी। तो मैं कह रहा था ज्ञान और मोक्ष के भूमि में आपका स्वागत है। ये सबलिमिनली सरकार ने भी सोचा है, और मोक्ष इज दैट हिंदू पार्ट ऑफ दिस लैंड and enlightenment is the Buddhist part of this land. Both are equally important. I am not saying this is more important and less important, but you need to juxtapose them so as to give a little more nuanced understanding than say that all that exists is the Buddhist part of the land, number one. Number two, नालंदा, बोध गया, राजगीर के साथ गया का जोड़ना तो ज़रूरी है। पारसनाथ भी अगर आप देखें, पारसनाथ इसलिए कि 40 कोस की जो अगर आप कॉन्सेंट्रिक सर्कल बनाते हैं, बोध गया या गया को केंद्र में रख के भी, तो गया के मंडल गया के चारों ओर है, वो आपको पारसनाथ को भी इंक्लूड करता है। और ये 3 लेयर्स बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग इसलिए हैं कि मल्टीपल रिलीजियस डेस्टिनेशंस वर्ल्ड में बहुत कम हैं। जो क्लासिक जो ऐसा डेस्टिनेशन है वो है जेरूसलाम का। जेरूसलाम में इस्लाम है, जेरूसलाम में जुडाइज़म है, जेरूसलाम में क्रिश्चियनिटी है, लेकिन उनके आपसी रिलेशंस जो हैं वो रिलेशनशिप ऑफ कंसेंसस नहीं है, वो रिलेशनशिप ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है। इसको समझने की ज़रूरत है। हमारे यहाँ भी प्लुरैलिटी है, लेकिन इन तीनों में, हिंदुइज़म, बुद्धिज़्म एंड जैनिज़्म में, रिलेशनशिप ऑफ कहीं ना कहीं म्यूचुअलिटी है, रिलेशनशिप ऑफ पीस है, और इसीलिए ये इसकी यूएसपी है। प्लूरल होते हुए भी ये उससे जेरूसलाम से अलग है। तीसरी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग, मैं ग्लोबल एग्जाम्पल में कैलाश को मानता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं गया हूँ वहाँ पे, और जाने से मुझे रियलाइज़ हुआ कि हिंदुओं के लिए जितना इम्पोर्टेंट जगह वो है, बुद्धिस्टों के लिए उतना इम्पोर्टेंट है, और जैन के प्रथम तीर्थंकर का समाधि भी कैलाश में ही है। और तो और आप वहाँ जाएंगे, जब अभी मॉडर्न ज़माने में जो बेस्ट ऑफ बुक्स ऑन कैलाश आपको दिखेगी लाइब्रेरीज में, दे आर रिटन बाय द पैशनेट क्रिश्चियंस, और किस पैशन से उन्होंने उसको लिखा है वो ट्रीट है अपने आप में पढ़ना। तो जब भी मौका मिले तो आप उसको ब्राउज कीजिएगा तो उसका अंदाज़ आपको होगा। सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज अमंग्स्ट दीज 3 एग्जाम्पल्स, गया इज़ वेरी यूनिक बिकॉज यहाँ मल्टीप्लिसिटी ऑफ रिलीजन का कोएग्जिस्टेंस रहा है, और वो कोएग्जिस्टेंस पीस का रहा है। ये यूएसपी, हम जो भी ब्रांडिंग एक अपनी इस रीजन का करें, वो हम केवल एक लेयर का ना करके उसको अपने सोच को थोड़ा एक्सपैंड करके लेयर्स को लाएं, और लेयर्स की टैगलाइन जो लाएं वो पीस का टैगलाइन लाएं या इनलाइटनमेंट का लाएं, जो भी लाएं, लेकिन वर्ड्स की बड़ी महत्ता है और उसको हम कभी अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते बहुत लूजली डिफाइन करने में। आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू माई 2 कोलीग्स हु प्रेजेंटेड देयर, और ये बात चर्चा और भी चलती रहेगी। हर साल संजय भाई इसको ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं। हम उनकी बाराती में आते हैं और उनका साथ बटाते हैं, और वो बारातियों में नहीं है जो नखड़ा करते हैं, उनके साथ ही आगे भी नखड़ा नहीं करेंगे। और इस बार तो मतलब कमाल ही हो गया। डॉक्टर अभय प्रोफेसर साहब जो न केवल मित्र हैं, हम लोग के फ्रेंड, फिलोसोफर, गाइड मैं कहूँगा, जिस दरिया दिली से उन्होंने इसको स्वीकारा। मैं जानता हूँ कि ये एक ग्लास सीलिंग था अराउंड नालंदा, एक हैलो था जिसके अंदर झांकना भी बहुत आसान नहीं था। और आप तो बहुत दूर से आ रहे हैं, अड़ोस पड़ोस वालों के लिए भी झांकना आसान नहीं था। इनकी कैथोलिसिटी ऑफ माइंड है दैट ही ओपन द डोर, एंड दिस विल सर्टनली बेनिफिट not only the institution, sir, it will for a change, positive change, एक इसका कैरेक्टर भी बदलेगा। ये हम लोग की आशा भी है, अभिलाषा भी है और दुआएं भी हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Before we break for lunch, I would now like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh, and Chairman Deshkal Society, Shri Arvind Mohan Ji, for a release of the book, Historical Records of Ashoka the Great by Dr. Lakshmi Kant Singh.